Good afternoon and welcome to a very gorgeous Seagrave here. It's a little bit hot. I'm regretting the trousers currently. You both have gone a little bit cleverer than I have. I'm Dan Bates, welcome to Pre-Season Live. Ali Mocklin and Jerry Taggart are with me as we build up to today's bit of a marathon almost, isn't it really? 4 45-minute periods today. We'll do a lot more explaining on the exact sort of parameters of today and who plays where and who plays what minutes, but basically Leicester-wise, each player is going to play 60 minutes. We'll come on to that in just a moment, but firstly, yes, good afternoon to the pair of you. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Good.
Yeah, I'm glad. I know they said it's always breezy up at Seagrave, but by God do we need it today. Yeah. So the breeze is just drifting through nicely at the minute, so that may be our saviour today, Ali.
I don't know, me being ginger, Jerry, I think I'm dead. I think I'm doomed.
But other than that, good, mate.
Yeah, you've been spending enough time on the golf course, Jerry, anyway, so you've been working on that tan out there.
I'm always, no, I don't work on my tan, don't worry about that. Factor 50 all the way through, mate, for me. There's no point trying to push the edges, push the boundaries, so to speak, so no.
You excited for this one?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it's going to be a proper griller, isn't it? Especially with the heat that's in there, but you know, that's pre-season for you. So this will be a good challenge for the players today. I know there's going to be a bit of stop-starting and what have you with the format of today. But I suppose it gives, you know, Kingy and the rest of the staff a chance to get a really good look at the players and how they're coping with pre-season so far.
Yeah, judging the fitness is imperative today. You know, I know they've had this is end of week 2, so what they've got to just work on is that seamless approach to whatever happens over the next week or two coming on. King and his backroom staff will just be trying to get the fitness rather than formation. Formation, well, you know, that's up in the air as to what the new guy does when he comes in, but you know, King and his backroom staff will just get the optimum at the lads and get them as fresh and, you know, as fit as they can.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Joe, just before come back to you in a minute, because we'll just run through the first of the 3 Leicester teams that will be playing today. So this first team will be playing 45 minutes. They'll have a little break, at which point we'll be back on again to talk through what happens in that first 45. Then they'll be back on for 15 minutes after that before they then swap. So the Leicester team is as follows. Jakub Stolarczyk is in goal. Christensen, Cody, Aluko and Ricardo across the back 4. Page, obviously with his couple of goals last week in that friendly against Peterborough. He starts alongside Winks and Ndidi. And then Monga, Silko Thomas and Casey McAteer make up the front line. So it is a mix, and we knew it was going to be a mix, Jerry.
Yeah, nice little blend, you know, a few of the younger guys getting in there, getting a start alongside some very experienced pros in there, and I think that's great. You know, to get these young lads blooded. May well see a lot more of them this season as it unfolds, but yeah, it's always good to see the young talent coming through with the help of the experienced players there alongside them.
Yeah, just going on with what Jerry said, you know, Connor, Cody, Ricky P and Wolf and Didi, you know, they'll get the young lads through it, and vice versa. Those older heads with older legs, they'll need the young ones in there as well, because, you know, with the heat and the intensity of it, they'll be doing the hard yards, you know, and maybe covering up for the likes of Cody and Ricky, you know, in certain areas of the game, because it's going to be draining out there today.
I think
massively.
one of the things you have in your favour if you're an experienced pro today as well, is you know you're only going to do a maximum 60 minutes.
Yeah.
So you can sort of, what I'm trying to say is you'll know yourself how much effort you need to put in so you're getting a good workout out of this game, because you're not doing the full 90. Yeah. So hopefully you'll see a good high tempo game.
Yeah, and no player will play 60 minutes straight either. There'll always be a 15-minute break, whether that's after 15 minutes, whether that's after half an hour, or for this first group after 45 minutes. Let's hear from the man that is starting at right back in this first 45 minutes. Ricardo Pereira, Ricky P as Ali called him. He's everyone's favourite, isn't he? Fan favourite. Ricky P has been looking ahead to this second friendly of the summer.
Sure, you want to improve in what you did in terms of game time, in terms of fitness, and in terms of playing well, being more sharp.
Ricardo, second pre-season game of the pre-season so far coming up. How are you feeling ahead of that one? How's the body coping this week?
Yeah, it's okay. First week I think is the worst, but then you start to get used to this level of training, having double sessions, training every day. It helps a little bit, and that's for what pre-season is all about.
How did you find the game against Peterborough on Saturday? How was the body after that one?
Yeah, it was okay, to be honest. I think for what we wanted in terms of having some game time, playing against a different opponent, it was good. I think we need to get better, but that will take time. Especially like technical small bits that you feel it's the first game of pre-season, but for what we wanted, it was a good one.
So heading into this game now on Saturday, there's still the element of the fitness, isn't there, in there, but is there now starting to get a little bit more in terms of you want to be a bit sharper on the ball as a group?
For sure, you want to improve in what you did in terms of game time, in terms of fitness, and in terms of playing well, being more sharp, more accurate with our technical side of the game, to be better, for sure.
Is rustiness a thing then in pre-season?
A little bit, yeah, for sure. Because you've been, I don't know, a month or more without touching a ball, or if you do some running, or it's not the same if you do proper football with proper professional players. It's different, and you need that rusty to come off you and to be sharp and ready for the beginning of the season.
Do you, and in general, does the whole team, do you just as footballers prefer to play a game as opposed to training?
Yeah, depends of which part of training, but for sure the game is like the main event, for sure.
And then 60 minutes, that's just the next natural step for you then?
Yeah, exactly. To build in a good way, 45, 60, and instead of some players playing 60 and the other 30, it's good to have everyone at the same level and to be better fitness-wise.
And just finally, what was it like again playing in front of supporters for the first time here actually at Seagrave?
Yeah, it was a little bit strange. You're not used when I was going to the pitch, seeing some fans. Normally it's no one there, so it was nice, and even for them to have the opportunity to see us in person after the time off, and hopefully to build that good connection with them, to be on top when we started.
That was Ricardo there in conversation, looking ahead to this second pre-season game of the summer. OH Leuven, of course, the sister club of Leicester City. It'd be great to see them pretty much play every summer, don't they? An annual friendly between the two teams. Obviously, because we're doing 45 minutes today, there is just one continuous scoreline throughout that whole two sets of 90 minutes, 4 sets of 45 minutes, if you like. Not necessarily about the result pre-season, but it was a win last week. It'd be nice to continue that again today, wouldn't it?
Well, certainly. You know, pre-season friendlies, I never take the results, you know, as they are on paper. You know, it's all about the mental attitude of the players. And we're just talking about Ricky just going past us now. I think it's a massive season for Ricky as an individual. Yeah. You know, he's been strewn with injuries and over the last few years, which has been a shame for him, and certainly for the progression of Leicester City Football Club, because we're certainly a better team with him in it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can hear it in his interview. He's excited to play again, isn't he? And last season, we know he picked up that injury early on in the season. He's had a real, hopefully, I know we're only 2 weeks in, but if he can have a really good pre-season, continue as he is, he could be vital this year.
I think it's instrumental that we keep Ricky's and player of that ilk fit throughout the season. Okay, you know, you'll pick up the odd injury here and you'll get a couple of yellow cards, which may derail you for a couple of weeks, but we don't want the long-term absenteeism that we had last year or the year before with some of our key players. Let's
talk about the heat, because it is, we can't not talk about it really. It is very hot. It's got to be up there as one of the hottest days of the year. I suppose what's the difference when it's this hot as opposed to even just maybe 6 or 7 degrees cooler?
No, it's ridiculous. You know, your breathing's different. You know, your energy levels are different. Your energy levels come down. So your little bursts where you make up 10, 15 yards to go and win a tackle or get into a position where you want to receive a ball from a colleague and stuff like that. Your recovery time is really, really important. And as an ex-professional footballer, and these guys today, when they woke up this morning, they looked out the window, they went, "No, we don't need this." Yeah. And it's just saps you. It's energy sapping. And with the miles and the tempo of the game and how fit these guys are now, you know, it's unbelievably difficult.
At least, as we've said, each player will effectively, the longest they'll play is 45 minutes. It's not like they've got to do the full hour stint, because that would be tough then, wouldn't it?
Well, I think Andy and his backroom staff might even dilute that a little bit, you know, because of the temperatures today. So we're saying that they'll play 15 minutes and then they'll cut a break. Some of them might only play 10. They'll look
or maybe even a water break.
Yeah, water breaks as well. So you know, the backroom staff will certainly be looking at the individuals one-to-one and just looking at them as a one-off item and just say, look, we're taking you off and we're going to give you a breather and then we'll put you back on.
I suppose you're saying from a player's point of view, you don't want this. I guess the fitness guys probably think this is good. Teams go away in the summer, don't they, to hotter climates.
For this.
For the fact that you just, presumably, you burn more, you work harder, it gets you fitter when you're running around in this heat.
Well, I'd rather do it on here. I'm just looking at the playing surface. I never trained or played in a player surface like this. You know, I was running around Old John up Bradgate Park, so these guys don't know how lucky they are. So I'm not going to cover up for them. Go and enjoy the game, enjoy the surface, enjoy the sunshine, because you're not up Bradgate Park running around Old John. Yeah.
Just finally, a quick one before we hand over to the commentary team. We'll be back again, of course, during each of the breaks. We've said it's about fitness, but also it is good to get the ball, the feel of that, scoring a goal, remembering what that feels like, obviously, after the summer.
They're professional footballers. They're out here, and we say the result's not important. It is to these guys. They want to win every game, you know. And if they score a goal, the buds from scoring a goal, or the defenders not conceding, you know, that's all part and parcel of being a pro footballer.
Yeah, absolutely. As ever, you can follow the whole season this year with us here on Fox's Hub. There are plenty of passes and a season pass, because it's 29 days now until that first championship game of the season, and also the 40th anniversary of Ballymochlan joining Leicester City that day as well. Right, there are international passes available for you, so there's an early bird offer on that as well. That first game, of course, Leicester City against Sheffield Wednesday. There are also Listen Live passes, which gets you sorted for the whole season, and you can then obviously follow all the action with us on Fox's Hub. We'll have matchday live shows throughout every single game. A number of them as well will be available to watch, so keep your eye out for those. There'll be plenty more information on that on the website, so do have a look there if you need any more information. Right, it is indeed time to hand you over to our commentary team now. John Dunn is alongside Jerry Taggart for this first 45-minute sequence.
Well, good afternoon and welcome from a sunny but breezy LCFC training ground at Seagrave. Alongside me, John Dunn, is Jerry Taggart, who's hot-footed it, literally hot-footed it from pitch side. And you mentioned that breeze, Jerry, and we'll be very grateful of it. Even the spray of the water is quite refreshing at times.
Absolutely. It's like I'm out on a boat in the Mediterranean here, and I'm getting sprayed by the waves. I just want to close my eyes, John. But I'm in the second best place I could be, I suppose, here at Seagrave. Great surface, as usual, and looking forward to the games.
If you were a player today in these conditions, would you be lapping it up and closing your eyes and dreaming of the sea as much? This is going to be a gruelling 60 minutes for the first set of players we can see out there.
Well, most people who knew me knew that I wasn't a massive fan of the heat. But in saying that, you know, today the players know that they're not going to be playing the full 90 minutes, so they know what to get out of. They know themselves, the majority of the experienced players, what they need to do to get them the maximum out of themselves today. So that's on the plus side.
In terms of that first 11, and we can see Connor Cody there, and a moment ago we saw Connor talking to Balde Aluka, 17-year-old defender. A real mixture, all three teams, a mixture of youth and experience, and how important it will be for the likes of Aluka, the likes of Monga, to be mixing it with experienced pros, and Connor Cody in particular will be alongside Aluka. We'll be talking him through the game, and that's an experience you can't buy, I suppose, for these teenagers.
Absolutely, it's a great experience, especially for him as well, for him in particular. Playing alongside somebody like Connor Cody, who we know is a real communicator on the pitch. So that can only do him good. I think I've seen him once or twice before in the under-21, so you know he looks like he's got a bright future in front of him. And again, he'll be going up in standard today against this Belgium side, Leuven. So great experience, especially for him.
In midfield, we've got Louis Page. He scored the 2 goals in the 3-1 win here last Saturday against Peterborough. He turned 17 in the week. It's been quite a 7 days for another one of the teenagers. But again, a chance to impress not just Andy King, but alongside these experienced teammates. So be in the midfield alongside Harry Winkston and Wilfred Ndidi. Again, an amazing experience.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and he did fantastic last week, didn't he? Getting them 2 goals. And again, you know, the message to him is, can you go out and replicate that kind of performance? Look who you're playing alongside, in Winkston and Ndidi. You know, seasoned pros, wealth of experience. And for me, if I'm alongside this young man, I'd just be saying to him, you just go and do your thing, and we'll make sure that everything else is taken care of in and behind you. So that would give him, hopefully, you know, a massive boost of confidence to go out and perform again today.
And in terms of up front, it's McAteer, Monga, Silko Thomas. He's going to have that central striking role, and he scored the pick of the goals here last weekend against Peterborough. The loan spell at Wigan last season, and another player that will try and grasp this chance of impressing ahead of the new season.
Yeah, again, you know, with the void that's been left with Jamie Vardy leaving the club, then, you know, the gates are wide open for someone to come in and try and fill that. And again, in Silko Thomas, you've got a really, you know, talented young player trying to make his way at Leicester City Football Club. And that obviously starts here. Well, started last week and then starts again today.
As Dan explained pre-match, as we built up to the game, there will be 4 45-minute halves of football. Each of the Leicester players will play at least an hour each, probably no more than an hour each. There will be drink breaks as well due to the searing temperatures here at Seagrave. And the visitors from Belgium, Leicester City's sister club, OH Leuven, are now making their way onto the field in recently released, in fact it was yesterday's release, their change strip of all dark green. Leuven's plan will be 2 teams, so they will play 90 minutes each. This is the starting 11 for Leuven that will begin the game. This is pre-season match number 3 for them. They've had 2 games against local opposition in which they won 11-0 and 15-0. They were due a game against Dutch opposition last weekend, but the Dutch side had to pull out due to illness in the camp. So they are slightly 1 game ahead. Their season begins much earlier than Leicester. Their first league game is on the 27th of July. After this game, they'll have a week in Leicestershire. They'll have a full week of training here at Seagrave, making full use of the facilities of their brother club in Leicester City. We're almost ready for action. Andy King, who's just down below, was talking this week, Jerry, about this week has been more about getting the football out, more about footballing drills. Week 1 was all about fitness, and we'll see how well that has kind of developed, I suppose, as the game gets underway.
Yeah, it's a common theme in pre-season. You know, obviously, you've got to get the balance right between fitness and getting enough of the ball into the players as well. But normally, when you come straight back in, week 1's all about, you know, doing your tests and making sure you're up to scratch.
We are underway with Leuven in possession. They finished last season in 11th position in the Belgian Pro League. They then moved on to the Conference League playoff group, in which they finished 6th from the 6 teams that were in it, winning just 1 of the 10 games in that group stage. They did appoint a new head coach during the summer, David Huber, a former Leuven player, a former Belgium international as well, as Leicester have the first sight of the ball with the experienced Conor Cody. And a game that started at a slower pace, which isn't much of a surprise in the searing temperatures that the players were greeted with today. Around 500 Leicester fans over on that far side. Page playing the ball back to Christiansen. Page, the scorer of the only 2 goals last weekend against Peterborough. Both at the end of the ground in which Leicester are kicking in this first half. He turned 17 just 2 days ago. Page has been with the Leicester Academy since the under-10 age group.
That's a great first touch from there. Lovely little lay off to Conor Cody. Nice and positive from Page there.
Christensen winning the ball back. Winks under pressure. Saw the danger of Oscar Gill. And Didi, one of the players that's been on international duty during the summer break, so he was late in joining the rest of his teammates. And that's a beautiful ball slipped down the right from Aluku to Makatia. Initially blocked by Akimoto. Makatia scored his first international goal during the summer internationals. Makatia again, and just drifted offside.
Yeah, it's unlucky. They're probably just overpassing the ball in that corner slightly. You know, 1v1, I'd like to see McAteer, even though it's early on in the game, like he's just having a little go one-on-one with Makateer down that right-hand side, trying to get across him, try and be a little bit more positive.
Makateer's goal came in a 1-1 home game for the Republic of Ireland against Senegal. 2 international friendlies. He started both of them, ended the season in good form as well for Leicester. Keen to kick on into the new campaign. Scored 6 goals in Leicester's last championship campaign. Ball on the far side is into Mijatovic, but Leicester winning it back. Leuven winning the ball back. This is Shrivers, the captain, in Leuven's first 11 at the start of the game. Throwing going down the far side. Ikueze. Now Gill. Moved on to Shrivers. A floaty ball that will come all the way through to the near side. Balik Visa couldn't use the ball that came his way in an effective manner.
Just a little bit of an experience there from that throw-in. From Aluku. Just not covering the space at Conor Cody and letting the big centre forward get down there, you know, and get them on the get Leuven on the front foot. With no harm done.
Ricardo's ball to Thomas. Now Page. That's a lovely turn by Jeremy Monger on the halfway line. A ripple of applause from the supporters as he finds Thomas isolated on the far side. Monger has made his way into the middle looking for the cross. He was very impressive last weekend, Jeremy Monger, and an early touch of class there.
Yeah, absolutely. Just turned on a sixpence, didn't he? Great first touch, just takes him away from the fullback. Already looking lively. So, you know, Thomas has done well on a couple of occasions. So has Page as well.
Ball has stayed in play. Monger and now Page, the 2 that Jerry mentioned. Will be a Leicester throw, multi-ball system in operation, so it's taken quickly by Christiansen and back to Ndidi. Winch just holding in midfield, allowing Ndidi and Page to make offensive moves. Harry Winks, such a key figure in Leicester's last championship campaign. That will roll out of play and will be a goal kick to Leuven.
Yeah, again, unlucky, you know, seeing the run. Page, but I think he just had a little bit of time and space there, Jeremy Monger. You want to see him, you know, get at his defender. I know it's still early on in the game, but those are the sort of situations where you just you want him to go and produce a little bit of magic when he gets the ball.
Had a key part in Leicester's second goal last weekend on that left side. And Luku with a comfortable ball back to Stolarkic.
That's a lot better position there. Maluko just getting space side, not allowing the big centre forward to get on the land a lot.
Christiansen. Jeremy Monger turned 16 just a few days ago and he's linked up well here with Victor Christiansen. Monger wanted it back, but Thomas in a pocket of space. Only McAteer joining him. Indeed, he's in there now as well as the ball is fizzed into the near post. Shot from Monga deflected. McAteer off the top of the bar. Goalkeeper at full stretch. Bright opening from Leicester City. Monga involved. McAteer more than involved, and after the block it was an effort from McAteer that came back off the bar.
Yeah, three young players all playing a part in that opportunity for Leicester, and that's well risen at the end, isn't it, from Casey McAteer. Unlucky not to find a target, but good stuff.
Leuven's goalkeeper in the first half is Tobe Larsson. Was their number one for the majority of last season. Only missed a couple of games in his third season with the club since joining from Genk, where he came through their academy. Luko. Now Winks. Important late goals that Harry Winks scored in the Championship title winning season at Queen's Park Rangers and at West Brom. Page. Monga. Monga always a threat, and it's a ball. It's an own goal. Fizzed in from Monga, and it came off Akimoto. Close to his goal, couldn't react quick enough to make a clearance. Big assist from Jeremy Monga, and Leicester City lead.
Yeah, again, Jeremy Monga, that's when he's at his best for me. When he's driving at defenders, great use of the feet here, couple of lollipops. I don't know if he's just trying to guide that into that far post, you know, John. Well, that's a pass, or he's just trying to get it in that far post, but Akimoto gets in himself in the way. And obviously can't get rid of it. Here we see it again from a different angle. Yeah, it might have been a pass. As you say, it ends up in the back line net. And it's all because Jeremy Monga in possession of the ball, being positive, defenders are frightened to death of him.
It's been a bright start, and now Leicester have a goal to go with that positive opening to the game, albeit coming from Japanese international Takehiro Akimoto. Joined in January of 2024, missed a big chunk of last season due to injury. Not the way he wished to start the new season.
Unfortunately, if you play in the back line, sooner rather than later, John, the curse of an own goal is going to come your way. We've all been there.
Get him out of the way in the summer. McAteer urged to run by the Leicester coaching staff, but the ball into the near post and dealt with. But Ricardo and McAteer looking to keep the press high, and it will be won back here with a header from Winks. Page did have the opportunity to turn, maybe unaware. As Winks moves the ball to McAteer. Indeed, Monga demanding the ball and receiving it on the far side, 16-year-old. Page giving him the option down the line. Page again, good strength, good control, and well, it looked as though he'd fairly held off his man in Berger Verstater.
I tell you, that's good play. That's twice now I've seen him under pressure, facing his own goal and coping with the situation. So not afraid to stand up, be big and strong under pressure, and that's a real plus.
Ball was played behind Pletic. Christiansen sticking tight to Gill on that far side, the ball wriggling free from the pair of them. Then there's a foul as Mazis was tripped by the returning Christiansen. Maziz, a former French youth international, joined from FC Metz. Now in his 3rd season with the Belgian side. Schreiber's giving the ball away. Here's Monga. Ricardo with McAtee up alongside it. And he's returned the ball to the Leicester captain. Holding him off was Balikwisha. And it's into the edge of their own penalty area where Maziz was able to bring it down, but very quickly Leicester will have possession back. There's a foul there as Ikwe Mezi fouls the youngster Aluko.
He's done brilliant there, Aluko. Just got his body in the way, knew that the challenge was coming. So yeah, good football management there, good use of the football and brilliant.
Ikwe is Leuven's main striker. Cost nearly £2 million last summer, but only scored 7 goals in these 39 appearances last season. Didn't score in his last 6. Touch for Jakub Stolarczyk, who ended last season in between the sticks with the injury to Mads Hermansen. That injury just keeping Hermansen out slightly before the start of this campaign. 10 Premier League appearances in total for Stolarczyk, who joined Leicester as a 17-year-old when he arrived from Poland. There's Cody with a switch of play to Casey McAtee. A driven ball, looked to have taken a deflection, but good hands by Tobe Lerson.
Yeah, it's good play again. Maybe I like to see Casey come on the lap maybe, instead of letting it bounce. But he still tries to get his cross in. It's a good block in the end. Good positive play with a switch.
Monga couldn't turn beyond his man as he has done on previous occasions. Certainly a tough task ahead for Oscar Gill on that far side, the Spaniard. Gill, who joined from Espanyol in January 2024. Normally plays slightly further forward. Stolarczyk with a pass that was over Christiansen, leading to Gill collecting the ball for the visitors and taking a quick throw. Back to Platings. Now it's Ominami. And on this near side, it's Balikwisha. Backed up by Verstraete. Probably hear Connor Cody very vocal in his instructions to the players ahead of him and around him as he takes things into his own hands there with a back heel that didn't quite reach Christiansen, and now there's a chance for Leuven, although Schreiber's couldn't quite stretch enough on the edge of the area. Indeed, winning it back, and the screams of the Leuven staff to keep pressing and pressing. But Leicester have worked themselves from that press and a chance to break, but the pass too ambitious from Page to Thomas.
Yeah, good opportunity there. Wilfred Ndidi initially does well, Leicester do well, and to find that pass in the midfield. Just slightly overhead, isn't it? But it's positive play again. Thomas is making the run. And Page is trying to find him, and that's what you want. You want the good positive play in those areas of the pitch.
Verstraete forward to Maziz. Schreibers, a ball that will see Balikwisha get down that left-hand side. Schreibers took an injury in the process. The flag was raised, and he was offside. Did mean that Schreibers was left in a heap off the field. on this left side as he flicked it back to Balikwisha. It was quick, but too quick, and was in front of the Leicester back line.
Yeah. I wonder if the ref will go back for the free kick. Yeah, he has, hasn't he? Late challenge, he's alright though. He's just caught him. Again, this is all part of pre-season. You're going to get those little, oh, just can't get their challenges, you know, because you're not up to speed, you're not fully 100%.
Luko's interception and a handball. Leuven did have a big summer sale in Ezekiel Banzuni, who has gone to RB Leipzig for 16 million euros, a 20-year-old midfielder. Well, they made a couple of acquisitions themselves. As mentioned earlier, their season does start in just a few weeks. And they play a home game against Charleroi on the 27th of July. Thomas can turn and look for options. Referee did initially play an advantage, but Louis Page was caught late as he makes his way back to his feet on the edge of the penalty area.
He's done well again, Page, hasn't he? Just making sure that Leuven don't clear the ball cleanly, gets himself in the way, draws a free kick. And obviously the ref's trying to play the advantage. And he looks a brave young boy.
There is a host of Leicester players over the ball as the referee marks out where the Leuven wall will be placed. A number of the Leicester players started making their way towards the penalty area. It does leave Louis Page and Wilfred and Didi. Does seniority trump the youth? It is Page, and it's a shot that's pushed away really well by Leuven in the Leuven goal. Well, it was the youth that won the battle to take the free kick, and it nearly paid off.
Yeah, good strike, good solid strike. Don't know if the keeper's making more of a meal than that than he needed to, but you know, all you can ask from the guy who's taking the free kick is hit the target, and that's exactly what he's done.
Victor Christiansen will take the resulting throw from that free kick from Page into Monga. Monga again. Just one touch that took two defenders away, and he's still in possession. Jeremy Monga before he's nudged to the ground, and it's another really positive showing from the teenager.
He could shuffle cards with his feet, couldn't he, Jeremy? His feet are incredible. I mean, he's got three players around him. Somehow he manages to keep possession of the ball and then draw a free kick.
All Leicester players start behind the ball. Christiansen, Winks, Ricardo and Ndidi. Connor Cody has come to offer some insight and instructions. Well, Wilfred Ndidi was over the last free kick that Page did take. He's of the two, he's the only player that's remained over the ball for this free kick. Could it be left boot of Victor Christiansen? Indeed, he fancied the first one, but he's going to leave this one, and it will be Christiansen with a dinked ball in. It will fall for McAteer, then Ndidi. Ball comes out to Ricardo. Aziz. Oh, very tight in that corner. And Luko maybe just too physical. It's a free kick for Leuven.
Yeah. Just trying a little bit too hard. He's not going anywhere again, but that's a learning curve. No, it doesn't matter where that is on the pitch. When you're pressurising a forward, you know all they're waiting for is the touch to go down. And so you see it all the time in games anyway, but it's a good learning curve for the local game there. That he's going nowhere. The only thing he can do is turn and boot it out of play.
Wings pressurised, and it's Leuven that come away with the ball. Ikwezi. Ball in from Gill on the far side, blocked by the returning, defending Jeremy Monga.
That's good play from the big centre forward, whose name I still haven't quite mastered.
Ikwezi.
There you go.
Did speak to a member of the Leuven team pre-match. He can be called Charlie, is the other name he's known by.
Right. Well, should have told me that before we kicked off.
Charlie to his friends.
Yeah, I'm his best friend. I'm calling him Charlie.
Gill will take a long throw. There's plenty in the box. McAteer got a head on that. It's out to this near side. And it's Balak Visa. And it's his ball towards Ikwezi. His header down and wide. First sight of goal for the visitors from Leuven.
Really should be doing better. Free header at the far post. If you watch his technique, it's a great ball in to that far post as well. Yeah, free header. And he just lashes at it with his head. Charlie. Instead of like, you know, seeing the flight of the ball, and then the technique that using it, what you're told as a young striker or any player is head the ball back where it's come from. So you're heading it back across goal, trying to look for that bottom corner. He's just lashed out with his head at it. That's why you see it going behind for a goal kick.
He was not a cheeky Charlie. There is going to be a drinks break here because of the heat that we've been met with here at King Power Stadium. Even wet, cold towels been handed out to some of the players as well on the Leuven side. A reminder, if you do want to follow Leicester City live this season, don't miss a moment with Fox's Hub. Early bird packages are available now with the international seasonal video passes, as well as the listen live passes. They're on offer. For the information that you require, head to lcfc.com for all of the details of how to subscribe, depending whereabouts in the world you are. And we look forward to you joining us throughout the new campaign. Whether that be me, Jerry, Matt, or a host of the Leicester legends that will be joining us throughout the season.
If they're not on holiday, like some of them are.
Well, no names mentioned,
no
Matthew
names
Elliott.
Yeah. Maybe one or two others. Should have been here for this marathon.
Yes.
Marathon day of football.
A feast of football. If you are just joining us, it is Leicester 1, Leuven 0. This is a drinks break in the first 45 minutes, of which there will be 4 45-minute segments, and each Leicester City player will play 60 minutes each. So they'll play the first 45 minutes, we'll have half-time as normal, they'll play another 15 minutes, then we'll have a new 11 onto the field, and that'll happen 3 times. For Leuven, they will play 90 minutes with one 11 and a second 90 minutes with another 11.
It almost seems a little unfair to Leuven, that, doesn't it?
It does.
You know what I mean?
Made that choice. Yeah.
So you're expecting, as you know, as the game goes on, you know, the fitness levels from Leuven, especially in this weather, you know, the drop, and then obviously Leicester have new recruits come onto the pitch. I suppose the downside of that is how quick will it take them to get up into and into their stride. So we'll have to wait and see how that pans out.
This is pre-season game number 2. More on the way, and don't forget you can see Leicester City in action at King Power Stadium for one of the upcoming friendlies. That's against Fiorentina. Tickets on sale now for the only pre-season game that will take place at King Power Stadium. If you can't make it, if you are listening in, watching in from abroad, that'll be a game that will also be covered live on Fox's Hub. So Leicester leading here by a goal to 0. Takehiro Akimoto with an own goal after a great scale and cross from Jeremy Monga. Leicester have certainly been the better side of the opening half of the first half. Stolarczyk going with a very direct kick. Leuven will let that roll past him and away. Looks as though Leicester have made a change. I'm not sure if Jaden Joseph has come on over at left back. Victor Christiansen having gone off. I'm just looking down below to my left. In fact, he is just walking behind the goal as we speak.
Yeah, he doesn't look too comfortable, or he looked like he was just stressing one of his muscles or one of his tendons. But he doesn't seem to be limping off, does he?
Again, it's the stage of the season where any kind of twinge,
just get him off.
Not even worth it. Again, Leuven and the coaching team are so eager that they press and they win the ball back quickly when they do lose it. Very vocal down to our right side.
Again, in doing that's a good test for Leicester to be able to cope with that. Because if they're going to play, a similar way in what we've seen over the last couple of seasons, this season, then teams are going to, in certain areas of the pitch, are going to come onto them and hit them with the press.
Here's Winks. Just a correction on that change. It is Misrad Ali that has come on as a left back with Victor Christiansen limping off. Jaden Joseph will be part of the next 11 that we will see. Luca, a turn of pace and a show of strength, and he's done really well to shake off his man, and the centre half still going strong as he brings McAteer into things. He's been cleared as far as Ndidi, who shot rifled over the bar.
Brilliant from Luca. I mean, the ball that was played into him from Harry Winks, unbelievable first touch to get it out of his feet, and then he's away, and as you said, showed great pace, great strength. And then a nice little neat layoff to Casey McAteer. Casey McAteer again, just, I'm not saying he was being negative, but just took the wrong option for me. But great play from Morocco.
Now it's Leicester's turn to try and press high up the field. Cody's header. Ricardo's header. McAteer brings things to the ground, and then he is brought to the ground, and Akimoto with the foul.
Yeah, it's a good play from McAteer under pressure. Doesn't panic.
Misrad Ali coming on, 19 years of age, former England under-17 international. Thomas to Ricardo. Silko Thomas once again. Winks. Here is Ali. Ahead of him is Monga. Page is always quickly there to give Monga an option, but he didn't need it as he glides beyond the challenges once more. Goes down, but the referee tells him to get back to his feet. Lovely skill again, those quick feet, leaving the Leuven defence for dead.
Oh, mesmerising, John. Just just don't know if there's enough in it. Looks like he's still down. Just like to see another replay when he goes past the second defender. There we go, great feet. This bit here, superb. Yeah, just not enough.
Three
in
different nutmegs going
Yeah.
on there. Oscar Gill is regretting getting on the flight to come to Leicester.
Just not enough in it. Not a penalty. But, I mean, the guy's just electrifying, isn't he?
And again, you've got to pinch yourself and keep saying, he turned 16 2 days ago. It is frightening. Ricardo's cushioned header. And Didi nearly played that into the path of a rampaging Casey McAteer. And Didi there to back things up and win it back. Ricardo looked to be caught and was. It was Youssef Maziz trying to win the ball back.
He was trying to win the ball back by going through the right ankle of Ricardo Pereira.
Cody is allowed to venture forward. Layoff from Thomas, not ideal, but Cody doing enough to flick the ball to Winks. And then Thomas left on the ground as Maziz can come forward, and he's going to play the ball to this near side for Ikwemezi. Up against the Luka. Ikwemezi onto his right foot. McAteer may have got something on that. Still in and around the edge of the box as ours was the shots. Leicester doing their defending. Leuven looking for a free kick. Leuven will keep possession with the ball going out over on the far side.
Yeah, it was Silko Thomas getting back, doing his defensive duties brilliantly there. Just put the Leuven player who was about to shoot, just put him off brilliantly. Yes, it's gone out for a corner, but could have been a lot worse, so well done, Silko Thomas.
Youssef Maziz will take the corner. He was involved in that move that led to it. Leicester with everybody back. Yeah, player that scored the Leicester goal, the own goal. Kimoto has been told to make his way into the penalty area, with Leicester keeping everyone in there themselves. Be an out swinging corner from Azaz. Burn header from Cody. He's back in again. Cody there again. Will be another corner to Leuven.
Yeah, two good headers. Connor Cody just thought they could have got it up a little bit higher there when that ball was coming out. No one is saying if there's no pressure on the ball, then you don't push, but the ball was still on its way. You know, the ball wasn't in possession to a Leuven player, so they were still able, in my opinion, just to get out. If you do that, that allows the keeper to come off his line and come and grab that, because he's got more space to work in. As it was, Cody was called into action again.
This time it will be a short corner. It will still make its way to Maziz. Flick in the box. It's looped over the bar to Jakub Stolarczyk's relief. Relatively untroubled so far, the Polish goalkeeper.
I think it was Charlie, the big 19. He had an opportunity to shoot. But, I mean, he completely fluffed his lines, didn't he?
Here's Ali. A surprise appearance. Was one of the substitutes that was only going to be used in the event of an injury in this marathon of a game. 4 45-minute segments, of which we're well into the first of them. Leicester leading by a goal to nil. An own goal from Takehiro Akimoto. Quick feet from Ali, the substitute. Leuven winning possession back. Leuven weren't regular scorers last season in the Belgian top flight. Third lowest scorers of all. As Ali turns and needs an option. Only able to find Maziz. Supported by Gill. Maziz with a low ball in. Shriver's totally missing the ball. Giving Leicester the opportunity to try and break forward. Ball bobbling around. You may have saw on the drinks break the water was very much thrown onto the pitch via the sprayers. Such are the dry conditions.
Yeah, like you said, there's a firm breeze, which is great. We're under the canopy here as well. But even with the breeze, you know, for the players running about, be very, very hot indeed.
David Huber is the Leuven head coach, appointed in the summer after Chris Coleman, former Wales manager, was relieved of his duties in April. Coleman not the first British manager to take charge at Leuven. Nigel Pearson, Leicester legend, had a long spell, over 2 years as manager of Leuven, sister club of Leicester City. Here's Cody. Ricardo moves into a midfield area, trying to add an extra man in the centre of the park. The clearance from Aluko was blocked on this near side by Balikvisa.
He's looked half decent, Balikvisa, for Leuven today, I thought. You know, works hard, got a bit of quality about him.
Aluko to Ricardo. Thomas dropping deep, giving Ricardo the option. The pass just beyond or in front of Louis Page. Shrivers, the captain, couldn't quite bring the ball under control. Was twice a Belgium title winner at former Club Bruges. Came through the youth system at Genk. Page, Ali. Ricardo, first time to Page, will come to Harry Winks. He's looking to see how he can try and find Monga, who has been Leicester's main threat throughout this first half of the game. Monga slowing things down. Back to Winks once again. Monga. What can he conjure up on this occasion? The Leuven defenders know what's coming. They just need to try and deal with it. And again, there's an impressive piece of skill, and you could hear the ooze from the fans over on that far side, and then a ripple of applause as they appreciate what the youngster has done again.
Yeah. You could see him sizing up. He had two defenders in front of him, and he's just hesitated, taking his time, and then he's gone, right, I need to do this and this to get past him, and it almost comes off.
McAteer, bit of space on this near side. Ricardo is infield, and Didi will go back to Aluko. Pass intercepted. Winks, again he's looking to Monga. Leicester are looking to Monga as he goes past Gill. Does have the support. It's a 1-2 with Thomas. Ali is on that side as well. Winks, the metrodome of the Leicester midfield. Lovely touch on by Ricardo. McAteer won't quite get that. In fact, he knew that was going to be a corner, and Leicester can keep the pressure on.
Yeah, good patient play there. Yeah. Started all off by Monga, of course. You know, back facing goal, does the right thing, lays off the simple pass. And then it gets recycled out to his far side.
Louis Page will go across to take the corner. And at the near post, Aluko couldn't quite get the flick on it. Will come back to Page, who delivers early, delivers fiercely, and it drifts away and out for a goal kick. Closing in on the end of what has been a positive 45 minutes for Leicester, still leading by a goal to nil, an own goal early in the game from Takahiro Akimoto.
It's been at a good tempo as well. And, you know, again, you've got to look to Leuven for that, because they've, as I said, they've had a pretty decent high press. And they've kept the tempo of the game high.
Switch out to this near side where it's Spalik Visa. His second season with the club, formerly of Standard Liège, the Brussels born. He's made 4 appearances for the DR Congo national side. Winks concerned, didn't really see an advanced option. He uses Louis Page, he touches it on to Monga, and the two teenagers linking up really well on that far side. Monga wants it back. Winks. Ricardo. Could be an opening here for Leicester, although Leuven have got so many players back. Monga. Leuven starting to, well, they are aware of him, but certainly filling that right back position a little bit more when he does get the ball. And I suppose experience of him, Jerry, he's not trying to take them on every time. On the last few occasions, he thought, you know what, keep it simple, give it someone else, wait for the next chance.
Absolutely. It's all about realising the opportunities and don't try and manufacture. And, you know, I mean, I'm mainly impressed with that side of his game, realising when, no, I've got to play the simple pass here. Not try and do too much, just keep possession, pick up another position on the pitch, and then hopefully when I get the ball back again, I'm in an area and a position where I can go at the full back again.
Indeed, it allows Ricardo to take up possession. Cody weighing up the options ahead of him. McAteer. There's certainly room to run into here, but he was waiting for the diagonal run of Silko Thomas. That option was blocked off, and Ricardo quickly takes the throw. Ricardo. Definite tempo now, tags of an end of a half.
Yeah, yeah.
Just as he says that, Ali comes sprinting down, now when he's got Monga ahead of him. Cody. And there is half-time, and a positive one it has been for Leicester City. A reminder, 4 45-minute segments, I suppose you could say, to this festival of football. These players will return for 15 minutes after this first half break. Then there'll be a totally different 11 that will appear. Main event of the first half, the goal. It was an own goal from Takahiro Akimoto, but it was after Jerry, some wonderful play by Jeremy Monga, and he has been the standout player of this first half.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on at least 4 occasions, he's bamboozled, you know, the Leuven backline with his skill levels. And on one of those occasions, he got the just reward. Yes, it was a little bit unfortunate, but it was just the way that Jeremy Monga went at that backline, direct, up pace, and with some unbelievable skills that will have balled his feet, and that just put their backline under pressure that much that they couldn't cope with it, and the ball ended up in the back of the net.
Half-time here then in Leicester City's second pre-season game of the summer campaign. It is Leicester City 1, OH Leuven 0. are straight back up to the Premier League.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Pre-Season Live here at Seagrave with me, Dan Bates. Ali Mocklin is alongside me here. We're the first interval of our 45 minutes then this afternoon, and the Foxes lead by a 1-0. Ali, how have you seen that first half?
Very compact, very disciplined. One of the nicest things I've noticed in the first 45 is they're not opening us up at all, and they're not getting behind us. Very disciplined at the back. Back four have been solid, played as a good unit. And you know, some of the footwork going forward, some of the kids have impressed me massively. Great workout for the kids.
Yeah, and we're not surprised it's been a water break either, are they? We mentioned the heat pre-match. It is worth noting just how zapping it is, even for a stud watching.
It's actually getting warmer, Dan, as we're standing here speaking. So yeah, the water break came at a good time for them, just to take the sting out of the game a little bit as well. But no, it's been a very, very good 45 minutes, and I've been listening to the coaches and that, you know, very constructive from the side, telling everybody got on the ball and positional, very aware of the team's performance. So yeah, been very good.
Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at the goal then. It came fairly early in that first quarter, if you like, if we're going to call it that, the first 45 minutes. Great work, wasn't it, on the left-hand side again by Jeremy Munga.
It's a great own goal as well. He's put it in the top. He's put it in the postie stamp. But can we talk about Munga for a little while? Because I played centre midfield most of my career, and David moved me to right back. And I'll tell you something, as a right back, I don't want to be playing against that Jeremy Munga. Yeah. I just do not want to be playing against him.
Yeah, it looks brilliant, doesn't he? As does this man. He got 2 goals last week. And he really tested the keeper there with that free kick, which was a good effort. And here's the footwork from Munga.
Yeah,
unbelievable. So you as a right back, you'd be frightened.
Well, you don't know what to do. If you get too tight, he's clever enough to roll you. If you stand off him, then you're just asking him to come and take you on. Yeah. So it's one of them. As a full back or as a player, you're always within touching distance, arm's length. But that kid, in the first 15 minutes, he get that whole stand off the seats with just some tremendous footwork. He's a handful.
Yeah, it's great that actually he's been on that side, hasn't he, with where the supporters are. And I think it was just before the goal, actually, wasn't it, where he turned the right back inside and out, and that whole stand was up, and you could hear it. And I think when there's less fans, like there's only just under 500 here, you get more of the reaction of that. It was like excited shock, wasn't it, at what he'd done?
You appreciate it more, and that's what I was just talking to you about. As a fullback, the actual fullback got too tight to him on that occasion. He was quick enough to see it, and he just let the ball through. A little flick with the other foot, and he's away around the corner, and the whole stand got up.
Yeah, he turned 16 this week.
I know. I knew he made his debut last year at 15, and you look at him at the King Power Stadium. There's 32,000 people there, and we probably never saw the best of him with his little introductions and that, because he's 15, he's nervous. He's not going to try and showboat like he's showboating out here, because there's nothing at stake really. He's just working on his fitness, and you know his skill levels are so high.
You can see that, can't you?
But when you put him in a stadium with 32,000 people, he's maybe a bit reluctant to play his natural game in case he gives the ball away or whatever. So it's great to see his natural talent with nothing at stake.
Absolutely. Right, let's hear now from a member of the first team staff. I've done my best to try and explain how today works with each of the 45-minute blocks of games. So Tom Joel, who is the first team sports scientist, telling us the reasoning behind today's format, as well as how well the players have done so far in this first couple of weeks of pre-season.
Building on what the guys did against Peterborough, we're looking to give 3 teams each 60 minutes. So the guys are working really well and found it tough, but that's the idea. We need to prepare them moving into the season. Hi there, I'm Tom Joel, first team sports scientist at Leicester City, and today I'm just going to be talking about our pre-season game 2 against OH Leuven this weekend at Seagrave. So basically we're building on what the guys did against Peterborough. A group played 45 minutes first half and a group played the second half, and we actually topped them up with a little bit of conditioning at the end just to build that kind of foundation, expose them to some match minutes in a kind of safe and progressive manner. So 45 minutes was great. We got a real good exercise that day. Like I say, we topped them up and we gave them some good conditioning. Now we're progressing to 60 minutes. We've actually got a big group at the moment and we're looking to give 3 teams each 60 minutes. So it's a bit of a strange format this weekend, but we're actually going to build the game into 4 45-minute blocks against OH Leuven. As you can see here, we've got a little bit of a breakdown there. So for team 1, they'll play the first 45 minutes. They'll have that half-time breather, then they'll go again for another 15 minutes. Team 2 will then change onto the pitch there. They'll play for 30. We have the 15-minute break. They play for another 30. And then team 3 will come on for 15 minutes, have their break, their 15-minute break, and then they'll play 45 minutes. So it might seem a bit strange, but we are making sure they've got a strong foundation in place. We've also know that we're going to have some more tough weeks as we go through the rest of pre-season. So a camp starting next week where we go abroad, and then we've obviously got the Fiorentina game at the end of pre-season. So the reason that we're working in the format that we are against Leuven on Saturday is because we're taking the players to the next stage. They've done their 45 minutes exposure to the game, and we're now building in 60 minutes, making sure that everybody gets that competitive element into their conditioning and that we're ready for games that are going to come. And of course, they've been working hard since they've come in for that first day where we tested them. We've been doing lots of football conditioning ever since that point, where we are, of course, working physically, we're testing them, we're pushing them, but we're also working technically and tactically by doing it through football drills. I'm sure you might have seen from some of the footage that we're actually doing some of our conditioning drills at the end of a session as well. So when they're tired, when they're fatigued, so we can test that kind of mental toughness and really get that drive at the end of a difficult session. If we just come and have a look here, some of the outputs that the guys have been doing in the first week, particularly, were really good, really high this season, and it gave us a building block to push them and build that first week in. So as we see through some of the stats here, so the distance they've covered there as an average across the squad is up at 43 kilometres. So a lot of work that they've done in that week. And if we were to compare that to some of the most demanding weeks in the Championship, when we have 3 games in a week, we play Saturday, we play Tuesday, we play Saturday, it's going to be in and around these similar figures, around 44, 45,000. So we're really preparing them in a safe, progressive manner, trying to build them up and be able to perform at their maximum when it comes to those difficult game weeks. And of course, we need to build in high intensity elements. We're making sure that, again, we know what the Championship is like. We know there's a lot of transitions. We know that there's a lot of physical elements where we have to press. We know we're going to get challenged at times as well, of course. So we're building in high intensity levels where they've covered 300 metres of top intensity distance, average again of over 600 accelerations, 500 decelerations. You can see for an average across the group, they've spent 90 minutes in their top red zone of their heart rate, so above 85% of their max heart rate. So the guys are working really well, and like I say, they've found it tough, but that's the idea. We need to prepare them moving into the season.
Thank you very much to Tom Joel there, or TJ, our first team sports scientist. Well, 29 days now to go until the start of the Championship season, or certainly Leicester's first game against Sheffield Wednesday, of course, at King Power Stadium, as we always do. You can follow all the action with us on Fox's Hub. We'll have the build-up ahead of every single game. A number of games will be available for you to watch as well. So the best thing to do for international audiences is get that early bird offer straight in there. That will be your Game Pass throughout the season for games that are available to watch. You will be able to there. There is also a Listen Live pass for UK residents there. That will secure you basically the whole season worth of games and commentary. Well, that was fascinating actually, Ali, wasn't it? Hearing from Tom Joel there, the first team sports scientist, just about A, the reasoning behind the minutes to take, which makes total sense, doesn't it? Each player getting the same amount. But B, really, I think the most fascinating thing was the load and explaining what the lads have been going through in this first couple of weeks, akin to what they would in a three-game championship week.
Yeah, because it's balanced off, you know, so everything they've done here, like you said, is for that 3-game period. So all the stats that they do nowadays, you know, that's alien to me back in my day. But there's so much technology with dietitians and the stats and all the technical stuff. But it's fascinating because they know the rest time, which is better for the players.
Yeah.
You know, it was guesswork back in my day. You know, you admitted you were tired or you looked fatigued and stuff like that. So that's why you're taken out. This is all scrutinised to the nth degree. So they know exactly what the body can do and what rest the body needs, along with the fuel that's got to go in to, you know, get them back to where they need to be.
Because I guess players, well, everyone's different, aren't they? So some players may need a little bit longer, or, you know, it's not just a set thing. For presumably when you were playing, then it was just, right, everyone just go run, do that. Whereas now it's really tailored for each individual.
Well, we're all made differently. You know, look at the size of Conor Cody and his body mass, his weight mass compared to, you know, we keep talking about young Jeremy Monga. They don't need to do the same training. No. They certainly don't, because, you know, their attributes on the pitch are massively different. So why stereotype everybody to do the same thing? And I think that's why the game's progressing much more, and they look much more athletic as well. You know, when you see them training and stripped off and their BMI, you know, it's fascinating when you get into the detail of it.
Yeah. We know how many double sessions the lads have been doing pretty much every day, almost every day so far in pre-season, because they're loading for those weeks, as we heard. But it's almost, you think, oh, there's a double session there, single there, double. They've just plucked those out. They haven't just put them out. They clearly planned everything, haven't they? And that's why the players, and that's what pre-season's for, isn't it? It's getting them fit.
It's getting to the max. You know, you've got to take them right up to that level where they're actually starting to feel fatigued and tired, you know, so that you can actually judge them, you know, individually. It's great to see. And we're going to rotate the players now, so there's a fresh bunch of lads coming on. So the tempo will be back up again, and then we'll rotate again. So, you know, it's exciting stuff.
Yeah, we heard as well from Tom there the reasoning behind each of those. Obviously, each of the lads had 45 minutes last week against Peterborough, whereas today it's just then going to that next level, elevating again to the next level with another 15 minutes added on.
Yeah, take them up to 60 because you've got to, because like you say, you know, in the 10th of August, they've all got to be primed at the peak, ready to kickstart the season. Yeah. And unfortunately, with the size of the squad now, you know, we're not going to talk about the new manager coming in, but it's a clean slate for all these guys. You know, every one of these has got a chance to start in 11 against Sheffield Wednesday, the 10th of August. Whereas if the old manager was still here, you'd probably say 6 or 7 of them will definitely start because that's who the manager likes. It's a clean start for everybody now, and that's what's great about, you know, a new broom coming in.
Yeah, do you think the players will enjoy that and like the idea that they can they know it, like you said, basically is a clean slate?
Not all of them will enjoy it because you get in a comfort zone. I knew that I would play pretty much every game for certain managers.
Okay.
And then when a new manager comes in, it happened to me, a new manager comes in and he's not sure about you or you just don't click. So I think the ones that will really enjoy the next 2 or 3 weeks are the ones who are on the bench and the ones who are surplus to requirements, because they think now that they can challenge the ones that were nailed on for a shot. They'll be challenging them now, and it makes competition great.
And even today, the intensity is there in this game, isn't it?
You can see it. Yeah, you can see it. You know, even Conor Cody, you know, he's still talking to the kids. He's telling them to press, when to drop off. You know, Andy King's shouting to the young fullback, we need more width, condense it, the back four, get closer to Cody. So, yeah, listen, it's all building up.
Yeah, absolutely right. As you can see behind us there, the Leicester players are filtering back out for their segment of 15 minutes, basically, before the teams then change after 15 minutes. So we can head back to our commentary team up on the gantry this afternoon. John Dunn is alongside Jerry Taggart. Take us through this second 45 minute, guys.
Thank you, Dan. We're all on a double shift today, Tags, players, presenters, pundits, commentators. It's something new for all of us.
Yeah, I've been involved in pre-season before where, you know, clubs have played 30 minutes, which is obviously adds up to a full game, but they sort of split it. And that's been early on in the season, obviously because of, you know, the heat levels and everything else. You don't want to get too many minutes into the players. early on, too early on in pre-season in case that leads to little niggly injuries. But as I say, nothing like this before.
Leicester players back on the field, the Leuven players making their way around the back of the goal to our left and through the gate and onto the show pitch here at the mightily impressive Leicester City training grounds in Seagrave. So a quick reminder, as Dan has just said, these Leicester players that started the game will play another 15 minutes and then we'll see 11 in fact we'll see 10 changes because Jakub Stolarczyk will stay on.
Oh.
He'll play slightly longer. He and Stevie Borsert, the two goalkeepers involved. Mads Hermansen still recovering from the operation he had at the end of last season. And if you peek between the stand and the building there on the left hand side, you can see the other 11 players are just going through their final warm-ups before we see them in about 15 minutes time. 1-0 to Leicester as we go into this second 45-minute segment, of which there will be 4 in total. And the goal coming through an own goal by Leuven defender Takehiro Akimoto. I think you mentioned it right at the top of the show, Jerry. The players knowing they've got an hour, probably just in their mind, they know what they've got to get through. They know now, let's just give a 15-minute blast. Let's build on those double sessions we've had in the week, and then we'll get ourselves a cold bath and head home.
The main reason for these games is to get your fitness, your game fitness. You know, getting minutes under your belt. You can't. Nothing replicates the first game of the season for real. But all you can do is do the amount of running that basically you need to get up to that level to when you kick off, and then obviously you go to another level when the season kicks off for real.
Ricardo sensing an opportunity to break forward from his right back position. Looks in field, did have Louis Page there, but Harry Winks is backing up the experienced Portuguese, and here is the youngster Jeremy Monga. If you are just joining us, Monga exceptional in the first half and had a big hand in the goal as he clips a ball up towards Casey McAteer, who can shield it, and Leicester will start the second 45 with a corner.
I was expecting McAteer to win that header, to be honest, but Yakimoto does well there just to get that first flick. As you say, good opportunity here to put a good delivery into the box.
Louis Page has gone across to take the corner. A talented midfielder. Dad Don was a centre forward with the likes of Rotherham and Wigan and Doncaster. And it's Page who whips in a really dangerous corner. Punched away by the Leuven goalkeeper, Leuven. That'll be a foul. Substitute Ali caught on this near side. It was the first half skipper for Leuven, side Shrevers, who committed the foul.
And it just shows you experienced players make the same mistake. You know, as I say, they're just trying to be a little bit overzealous, trying to run the ball back. And he's conceded a free kick in a decent area, it has to be said, for Leicester.
Winks takes the free kick short and allows Monga to have another run at this Leuven defence. Linked up with Page, those two on this left side have really linked up well. Shown some glimpses of real promise. There will be another Leicester corner.
The first time I think I've seen Page, and I've been really impressed by him.
A year older than 16-year-old Jeremy Monga. We will see Jake Evans a bit later, 17. He turns 18 next month as the corner comes in, flicked away at the near post. Monga just trying to use his first touch to get into space on the far side, but Leuven players doing well to stop the teenager making progress as McAteer was caught by a rather zealous Balik Vissa.
Yeah, it's clever play from McAteer, just waiting for the touch, goes the ground, draws the free kick.
Wherever you look, there's a King Power logo. Leuven part of that King Power Leicester City family. It's on their training shirts as it is on the Leicester City training attire. Leuven, if you didn't know, the home of Stella Artois. And they had a very innovative kit last season that was, dare I say, lager coloured. I'll show it you later, Tags. It was very nice.
Not my favourite tipple, I've got to say.
Same.
But, you know, when in Rome, I've not been to Leuven yet, but if I ever do go, then it'd be rude not to, wouldn't
definitely. Also the birthplace of former Leicester midfielder Dennis Pratt. Here is Ali. Monga underlapping. Ali pushed to the ground by Gill. Free kick taken quickly. The referee not happy with that. He couldn't get the whistle to the mouth quick enough to stop that move taking place.
Yeah, but he had to get his little paint line in, didn't he? He couldn't just let a quick one go. There we go. Little line of paint.
Yeah. Winks and Page. Oh, there's a bit of argy-bargy on the penalty spot. The referee has had to get himself involved. Dean Whitestone is the referee. He's a regular in the Championship. Might be someone that Leicester see next season. He's just going to calm down the two, what he feels are the perpetrators. Luco is one. I think Shrivers might be the other. Take two for the free kick. Page wears 60. Winks wears the number 8. It is Page. And it's gone through to Ndidi that came back off the post despite the acute angle. Here's Winks as Leicester look to keep the pressure on. Not helped his teammate at all there with a pass and a chance to break for Mijatovic, who's gone for it! Oh! That is fabulous! What a way to score an equaliser. It came from a loose pass. And then Mijatovic inside the centre circle, just inside the Leicester half, spotted the opportunity to glide the ball over Stolacic. Executed to perfection. And Leuven, with their first shot on target, have got themselves an equaliser.
Yeah, wind assisted, it has to be said. Take nothing away from the finish, but big mistake to begin with from Harry Winks. Just sells Ricardo a little bit short with a pass. And again, in these types of games, you don't want to be going in full-blooded, especially if you're Ricardo Pereira as well, with the amount of injuries he's had in recent times. You know, yes, he's gone in for the challenge. On another day, it'd come out with a ball, but in these games, you know, Harry Winks has to get that pass off to him a little bit better. But superb finish, you have to say.
Mijatovic, who is on an 18-month loan from American side New York City, scored on his Leuven debut. February of this year after he joined. He cost New York City £8 million in February of 2024 from Red Star. Just 19 years of age. Oscar Gill, 1-2 is Shrivers. It's just given Leuven a boost of confidence, and very rarely have we seen them come forward. A couple of times in the first half, without really causing Jakub Stolacic any problems. Yet to make a save, the Leicester goalkeeper. Lots of space here for the goal scorer, Mijatovic. Now Oscar Gill, blocked by Ali. Leuven throw.
Just got their tails up a little bit. It's so important to see how Leicester react to conceding that goal. Obviously, I wouldn't say they were cruising, but you know they were they were easily, you know, in control of the game, in control of the tempo of the game, and that's just, you know, I wouldn't say rattled them, but it's just given them a little bit of a setback. Bobby.
Definitely no rush for the Leicester throw, it's Ali will take, but to try to play into the feet of Monga. No foul. It's all got a bit messy down there. Eventually it comes out into an open area and all the way back to Toad Larson in the Leuven goal. Won back by Wicks and Didi. McAteer making a useful run through the middle, and he's been able to get beyond the Leuven defenders on the edge of the box. In the end, there was just too many of them there, but Leicester, after conceding that goal, getting themselves back on the front foot.
Yeah, it's good play from Casey McAteer. Not the best ball in there, but he does his best to try and make the most of that.
That'll be a Leicester throw. Monga playing the ball through the legs of Militovic. Just see some of the Leicester players who will be appearing shortly, walking around the perimeter of the pitch. We'll run through that second 11 when they do make their appearance. Aluko receives it back from goalkeeper Stolarczyk. That's the balls for Aluko, and it's meant that Leuven can try and take advantage from the throw, and Stolarczyk had to make a very good save to come out to block the shot rather from Ikueze. And that'll be a foul as Monga is manhandled, whichever way you turn, from Oscar Gill.
Yeah, Leicester just guilty of falling asleep. They're getting caught wrong side. And almost paying, the ultimate price.
Harry Winks. Aluko made his Leicester and Premier League debut on the last day of last season when he came off the bench at Bournemouth. Here's Ricardo. Will go into the new season on 175 Leicester appearances. It will be his 8th season with the club, as that pass is just too much for Jeremy Monga, very much at the opposite end of his career, making 7 Premier League substitute appearances at the tail end of the campaign. We were going to need to catch that. There's a bit of equipment taking a battering though.
I tell you what, 2 years ago I'd have went for that. I would have tried.
It was very inviting, I'll say that. Very inviting.
Tailor-made for someone like me.
Winks. Final few moments for these Leicester 11 before they are replaced, all 10 of the outfield players. Monga clashes with Oscar Gill once again. It's been an intriguing battle which will commence again here with Monga. Loses possession and Mijatovic will come away with the ball. Tassi's aim towards Ikueze. Through to Stolarczyk.
Done well again, young Aluko got space side, judged the flight of that pass perfectly.
Ricardo curling the ball out to Casey McAteer, and Didi gave him the option down the line, didn't take it quick enough. Ricardo quickly into the feet of Cody. Monga the outlet once again on this left-hand side. He's seen plenty of the ball and he's made use of it on many occasions. Stepping in onto his right foot, teasing the Leuven defence. And then a pass to Ricardo that he couldn't bring under control, and now there's a real chance of a break for the visitors with Bilikvasi. He's got Ikueze as the only real option inside the penalty area, and it's just behind the Leuven striker. Will come through to Oscar Gill. Oscar Gill again.
Yeah, big opportunity there for Leuven. Big striker. Just carries on his run. You know, narrowing the angle. If he just checks out a little bit, that ball goes straight to him. And a great chance to go 2-1 up. So just a little bit of lack of nous there from the big centre forward.
Put on by McAteer. Silko Thomas. Shoulder to shoulder with the big defender, Edward Plantix. Here's McAteer. Luca, that was very nicely done. A real air of confidence from the teenage defender. Again, a ripple of applause from the 500 or so supporters over on the far side. I think we are preparing for the changes. The fourth official checking with the Leicester bench. It'll be a chance for Leicester to make the 10 outfield changes. Leicester 1, Leuven 1. Leicester led in the first half, and own goal by Takehiro Akimoto, the equaliser. What a spectacular effort from Jovan Milatovic. Just inside his own half as he sent a ball looping over the head of Jakub Stolarczyk. An opportunity that was well and truly taken. And it did, Jerry, for a while, just give Leuven a real boost of confidence, and best we've seen them in an offensive way.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they had one half decent opportunity after that, which thankfully they didn't take, but definitely them getting back on level terms has give them a little bit of boost of confidence. Leicester need to re-grab this game now. Fresh legs coming on. Leuven still with the same 11 on. So it's important that the subs coming onto the pitch for Leicester, you know, get into this game pretty quick.
This is the Leuven goal. In fact, he was just inside the Leicester half. I thought he'd edged into the Leuven half. Stolarczyk bewildered. But it has a pretty spectacular effort to open your account for the new season.
So I think, you know, obviously it was slightly wind assisted as well, I think, which helped. But I mean, an unbelievable technique to pull off. And I think, you know, at one stage Stolarczyk probably thought he could get to that, and then with the wind, he's probably just thought, oh no, I'm struggling here. And he ends up in the back of the net.
Well, you've seen there the next Leicester 11. Jakub Stolarczyk will continue in goal for a little while longer. And then Stevie Borsa will come on for him. The 11 leaving the field, giving their newcomers a bit of encouragement, a bit of tactical advice, and the players coming on. Again, it's that mix of experience and youth. It's Stolarczyk, as we said, in goal. A back four of Koulibaly, Fass, Nelson and Joseph. Skip, Samori and Golding in midfield, with Marcel, Ayew and Mavadidi up front. As Jerry said, the Leuven players said we're going to stay as the same, but there's certainly one change there in that Amadou Diallo has come on, and I think he's replaced the goal scorer Jovan Milatovic. Whether that's an injury but it is the only change from what I can tell that Leuven will make at this break in play. 60 minutes gone. You see a bit of the flexibility of Jayden Joseph, who played as a right winger last week. He's here on the ball now. Predominantly a right back, but he's going to fill in at left back for this 60-minute spell that he will have. And Andy King was very complimentary after the game last week against Peterborough, that he's a player, you can give him a task, give him a role, tell him what you want of him, and he'll go and do it every time. That versatility proving to be a really worthwhile asset for Jaden Joseph again this afternoon. Oliver Skip is the man with no number. There's another change for Leuven, because Takahiro Akimoto is now just walking in front of us with one of the Leuven medical team. And it looks as though Romeo Monticelli will play as the left back over on the far side. So 2 Leuven changes, 10 changes for Leicester. You would like to think, Tags, that those fresh legs will just have an impact quite early in this game against the tiring legs of the Leuven players.
Well, you'd like to think so. It's all about getting into their stride, i.e. with the ball, first of all.
Bentix. Here is the substitutes. Diallo dealt with and played up towards Jordan Ayew. Ayew, a goal scorer on Leicester's last home Premier League appearance, and they beat Southampton 2-0. Here's Jaden Joseph. A ball with the outside of his boot, beautifully executed to Michael Golding. Joined last summer from Chelsea, and his first involvement is to get inside a corner.
Yeah. No, he came deep initially just to get that move going, then he makes that forward run down the left-hand channel. So good play from him.
Corner that Jordan Ayew will take on this near side. The signal is given. Ben Nelson Vout Fast, 2 centre-halves, will look to cause problems inside the 6-yard area. Ayew raises an arm again, a different signal. In at the near post, Fast got something on it, be whacked away on the far side by Ikaweze. Jordan Ayew will get a second opportunity, changes the angle, decides to keep possession, uses Mavadidi. Nelson. It's a Leicester throw. Ben Nelson wearing the captain's armband. That's a real vote of confidence for the 21-year-old.
Yeah, somebody I'm really interested in seeing how he does. Ben Nelson.
Had a really positive season on loan with Oxford in the last campaign. Unfortunately missed about 3 months due to injury, but bookended that with some impressive performances and some rave reviews.
Yeah, he's a great size. You know, he's got good pace, knows how to handle the ball.
Did score in Leicester's last championship season in what was a home defeat to Queen's Park Rangers. He's tasted that level of football with Leicester, and more so last season with Oxford, which suggests he could be ready and is ready for a championship campaign. A reminder for this upcoming season that we are talking about. You can follow Leicester City live throughout the campaign. Don't miss a moment with Fox's Hub. The early bird passages are available now, and the international seasonal video passes also available. Likewise, the seasonal listen live passes all on offer. And for the details that you need to secure your package for the upcoming season, go to lcfc.com. Believe it or not, Tags, our 10th season of working together. Not sure whether you're going to laugh or cry at that start, that we've been together for that long.
Well, I'll just
Good job you sat down.
I'm just going to ignore it, John.
We haven't changed a bit.
Going to try and ignore that. 10 seasons. Wow. How time flies, eh?
A Leuven free kick that he's taken by Plentix and has gone back to goalkeeper Leuven. Short pass, but it's dealt with by Verstraete. Not as nice as he would have liked, because it is a Leicester throw. Leicester's season kicks off on Sunday the 10th of August, a home game at King Power Stadium against Sheffield Wednesday. All of next season, as we've just discussed there, will be covered well and truly by Fox's Hub. Here's Mavididi, pre-season game number 2, and a free kick for Leicester's flying number 10.
First time we've really seen Steffi, but yeah, good, positive play again. That's what you want to see from your wide players. Had a great season, didn't he, in the Championship a couple of years ago.
12 goals and 6 assists. Leicester will look for a similar, if not better, return. Jordan Ayew on set-piece duty again. Bass and Nelson will be options. Ayew spotting a chance to try and sneak one in at the near post.
I was just about to say, John, he's not crossing this. He's going for goal from there.
Monticelli was the player in the way at the near post. It will be another corner. Jordan Ayew, again we'll see Fass and Nelson as options. Nelson, it nearly came to him, just slightly behind him. But there's a chance with Diallo now to try and break forward. He's stopped in his tracks by Golding. Now it's Wanya Marcel. Another player who was involved certainly in early stages of the last Championship campaign. Scored a winner in a home game against Cardiff. Spent last season on loan in the Dutch second tier. Leicester trying to deal with the threat of Ikwemezi, the striker for Leuven. Certainly using his strength there. Here's a chance for Oscar Gill, although Mavididi just knocking him off his stride, and that will be a free kick to Leuven.
Yeah, it's good work though from Mavididi. You know, good solid challenge. Doesn't quite win the ball back, but he's straight up onto his feet, John, and working back, trying to win possession back for Leicester.
Leuven have a problem here because Charlie Ikwemezi, after that bundling that he was doing with the Leicester defenders, he's taken the brunt of that himself.
Yeah, he was calling for the foul. He sort of tried to play a cross-field pass. Hasn't exactly gone the way he wanted it to, but you know, he was remonstrating with the referee that he'd been caught. The Leuven medical team that are seeing to the injury. You would have thought the players would have taken the opportunity for a full-on drinks break here, but only a couple of them have gone across to grab a cold one. Ikwemezi back on his feet. Another game to look forward to in terms of Leicester's pre-season campaign. The only game at King Power Stadium is against Fiorentina. 3rd of August, tickets on sale now for a summer visit to King Power Stadium ahead of the new season that kicks off a week later. Again, lcfc.com is the place to secure your tickets. If you can't make it, Fox's Hub will have you well and truly covered as well.
Ayew. Golding breaking through the middle. If Ayew can manage to spot the run he'd made, it's all about trying to keep possession, which he's certainly done. Nelson scored 1 goal during his Oxford loan spell, came in a 2-2 draw at Preston. That is Leicester's first away game of the Championship season. I think we're about to have a strange substitution here, because one of the Leicester substitutes, it may be Amani Richards, we'll try and confirm that, has been passed to the Leuven bench. They're shorter players, so for a spell at least, Leicester will loan Leuven a player. I'm assuming that's the injury to Ikwemezi. Mavadidi's cross, meanwhile. Ikwemezi hasn't returned to the field.
What happens if he comes on and scores 3 against Leicester?
He gets to start the next friendly for Leicester or Leuven, not sure. Here's the change. We will confirm that this is Amani Richards, but that is the feeling at the moment. He's a striker, formerly with the Arsenal Academy before he moved to Leicester. So he'll be wearing his Leicester shorts, he's wearing the Leuven top, he's wearing the shirt of their summer signing. Casper Terho is injured, so he wears the number 11 jersey.
Commentator's nightmare. Potentially.
We've had worse, Tags, in those 10 years.
Yeah.
Oliver Skip. Just enough to find Koulibaly, Leicester's January signing from Parma. Former manager Enzo Maresca. The Skip finds Wanya Marcel. Will look to run up and take on substitutes Martinelli. And in the end, he was bailed out by Onamani. Although it's still in play with Wanya Marcel. Skip. Leuven have it back. Richards is making a run. Easy to spot with the Hamza Chowdhury style afro. Quentic. Merson going longer with the kick that Wout Fass heads down to skipper Ben Nelson. Northampton born. Nelson has been at the Leicester Academy since a very young age. Now hoping to grasp an opportunity to make a claim to play as a regular in the first team. Golding made his first team debut for the Foxes in that last home game of the last campaign at home to Southampton.
Just not as much flow in this game as there, John, at the minute.
A few more shouts of Andy King, maybe just sensing that himself, that wanting the team to get going again. Did have a very brief loan spell at Leuven while he was with Leicester. Here's Mavididi into Jordan Ayew. Was looking for support on the right, and Koulibaly does offer it. An early ball to Mavididi, popping up on the right side of the Leicester attack. That'll be a corner.
That was better from Koulibaly, just injected a little bit of pace, a little bit of purpose into that. I think that's been the problem with the players coming on. They just haven't got up to speed yet. I haven't seen anybody. Well, the only two bits of play we have seen is Mavididi down this left-hand side and Koulibaly there. Just needs a little injection of pace and tempo with this game.
Jordan Ayew on corner duty once again, this time on the right-hand side. This time Nelson and Basser by the penalty spot rather than inside the 6-yard area for the outswinger. That's dealt with at the near post by Monticelli. Here's Koulibaly as Leuven try and close down and bring their defence further up the field. Samore back to Stolarczyk. Ayew. Free kick. Pulled back by Monticelli. Nelson. Into the feet of Jayden Joseph. Mavididi waiting for the pass to come his way. Wanya Marsa will run at Monticelli. He'll go on the outside. He'll swing a really delightful ball in. Here's Mavididi. Jordan Ayew misses his kick. And Leicester with a chance to retake the lead. Is that the ring rustiness of pre-season? Jordan Ayew, one of the later arrivals after being on international duty.
Yeah, maybe, but you know, first of all, great play from Marcel on that right-hand side. I talked about injection of pace and tempo, and he gave that, you know. Didn't have to beat the full-back completely, just got enough space round the back of him to get that ball, good ball into the box. So it finds Mavididi, he's probably just, you know, not on the same wavelength, but he finds Ayew, and as you say, Ayew's it's a swing and a miss.
More injury concern for Leuven. A blow to the face. Potentially another replacement they'll need to try and find.
Well, we spoke about this, didn't we? About seems a little bit unfair where these players are going to have to play 90 minutes. And how many changes have they had so far? 3, is that? Or 2?
Yeah, 3. Richards was the third, yeah.
And now another player on the ground. Albeit, like you say, it might be a clash.
Supporters largely shaded. The burger van over on the far corner has done a roaring trade. Big queues at half-time. Just hope they've got enough stock for a marathon of a game. Technically 2 games here at the LCFC training ground in Seagrave this afternoon. 1-1 as we stand. Leicester had taken the lead in the first half, an equaliser early in the second. If you are just joining us, Leicester, well, the game itself will be 4 45-minute segments, and each of the Leicester players will play 60 minutes each. And we're back underway. Jayden Joseph. Here's Mavididi. Joseph. On to Wout fast. Koulibaly is pulling as wide as he can on that right side. Oliver Skipp will shuffle across to give him a passing option. Instead it's into Wout Faes, who's closed down by Armani Richards. Mavididi on this left-hand side for Leicester. Left-footed cross that smashes into the face of Oscar Gale, and that'll be a Leicester corner.
Yeah, again, positive play. Mavididi, I'd like to see him do it even a little bit quicker there. I mean, he tries to stop the defender and then goes. Whereas I think if he gets in, when he gets into a stride really quick and gets running at defenders, he can cause real problems.
Jordan Ayew's delivery from the Leicester corner. Flicked away by Plentic. Back in by Golding. Here's Wanya Marcel, he was offside.
Good ball in that time. Good pace on it. Big defender does really well, in fairness, for Leuven to get a head on that. But that's a good ball in from Ayew.
Diallo chasing with Jayden Joseph. Joseph turns 20 in December. He started all but one game in Premier League 2 last season as that shot came in, but took a deflection in front of Stolarczyk to send it away for a corner. But Leuven proving themselves to be worthy opponents when they do come forward, and a chance there to put themselves in front.
Yeah, again, this will be a difficult ball to try and defend as well, this, when it comes into the box, with the conditions.
Youssef Maziz will take the corner, the Frenchman in the Belgian club side. The runs are all made to the near post, just missed Wout Faes. This is Armani Richards. Just shot blocked by Faes. Marcel couldn't quite break. He was stopped in his tracks by the returning Pletix.
Now we're seeing exactly what I said from that corner. You know, Wout Faes goes for it, misjudges the flight, falls to a Leicester player in a Leuven shirt. But if maybe he's hesitated slightly, because that ball should have been hit first time. As soon as he controlled it, he should have hit it.
Here is Armani Richards, the Leicester player in a Leuven shirt with options left and right, and didn't get the ball away quick enough, and sliding in was Oliver Skipp. Skipp again, but the layoff was in front of Wanya Marcel. This comes in from the substitute left back, Romeo Monticelli. One of the youngsters in the Leuven side, Monticelli, just 19 years of age, joined on a free from Charleroi in the summer. Former Belgian youth international. As Mavididi plays it down the line for Jayden Joseph. Golding to Mavididi. Nice ball into Mavididi, right into his path. Just can't quite get away from Oscar Gale, who was looking for the free kick. Referee quickly said no. He's slightly in the way of Jayden Joseph, who wanted to take strike. Jordan Ayew trying to duck out the way, but either way it was heading wide.
Yeah, good opportunity again, just going to miss there, just wrong decisions inside the box. As you say, you always play the whistle. Steffi Mavididi's, you know, looking at the referee, just keep going. let the referee blow his whistle. You just keep driving towards goal.
Looks lovely up on that balcony, by the way. Some dignitaries have made their way to take a great view of the game from up on high. Gazebo there, just in case you do want to shield yourself from the sun. Golding. This will be about the pace of Wanya Marcel, or the recovery of Platings, who gets it back to goalkeeper Leuven. You can certainly see the Leuven players now who have played a hefty chunk of this game. There's a bit of tiredness there, and very much expected. Navadidi. Three Leuven players around him. He still kept possession, and goalkeeper Leuven had to be alert as that deflected off Verstraete.
Yeah, and he just slows it down, and he allows Leuven players, all their defenders, to come over and help the fullback. You know, where if he's got the fullback initially 1v1, but that's when he's got a 1v1, that's when he needs to quicken it up.
So that's the next 45 minutes done. So we've had a goal in each of the 45-minute segments so far. Leicester taking the lead, an own goal through Takahiro Akimoto early in the second half. The equaliser that was scored by Jovan Milatovic just inside his own half. Leicester players will remain on the field for another 30 minutes. The Leuven players, there'll be a host of changes there. And while we take stock of all that, we can hand back to Dan and Ali to review the 45 minutes we've just seen. Half time, or the latest half time, if that's what we can call it. Leicester 1, Leuven 1.
Declares Leicester City champions. There's a few banners actually in the players. To signal that Leicester are straight back up to the Premier League.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back again to pre-season live here at Seagrave. As you can see, we're stationed right by one of the corner flags here. Fantastic view for us. I'm Dan Bates. Ali Mocklin is alongside me. We've had 90 minutes of football, just another 90 to go now. We've seen a bit of a change of players as well. How did you see that mini 45, if you like? The score is now obviously 1-1.
Yeah, I thought the Leuven actually adopted better to that 45. I thought they were a bit more competitive. I thought they pressed the ball a lot better than they did in the first 45. Obviously, they would change over the personnel. There's a bedding in period, and they've scored a great goal, great opportunities goal. We've given the ball away a little bit sloppily, and they've taken advantage of it with a very, very good goal.
Yeah, how good is that goal? What amount of skill level do you need for that?
Well, it's vision to start with. You know, the skill to execute it has got to be very, very good. But it's getting your head up. It's getting your head up first to see where the goalkeeper is, to then execute it. So yeah, both sides of it. Good skill, good execution, good vision.
Yeah, you can see from that previous angle that he is indeed in his own half.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, Harry's under hit the back pass. The defender's not strong enough in the tackle. He's taken advantage of that. Looked up, saw the goalkeeper off his line, and executed it perfectly. Great goal.
Yeah. What have you seen from the second group? Anything different in terms of the lads? They've had 45 now.
Yeah, the tempo's not been as good. I thought the tempo in the first 45, especially with the youngsters, picking the ball up, imaginative, you know, on the front foot, making things happen. I just think we've been a little bit, not pedestrian, but a little bit more cautious and a little bit more safe in our play. We're going sideways and backwards a little bit on that 45, whereas in the first 45, when we got the ball up front, we're willing to take folk on, get in behind them and get crosses into the box.
Yeah, half an hour rather this group have had so far. They've got another half an hour to come after this little 15-minute break. You'd think that by that point they will start to again, and you could see it at the end. Leicester did start to dominate again towards the back end of that.
Yeah, the experience started to tell. They're trying to get Steffi Mavididi on the ball as often as they can. Jordan Ayew is playing in that little number 10 pocket where he holds the ball up and bringing the kids into play in that. But yeah, predominantly we're coming down the left-hand side trying to get Steffi to influence the game for us.
And he does that so often, doesn't he? Whether it's the Championship, the Premier League, we've seen him do that routinely.
He's very good at doing that. Depends what mood Steffi's in. You know, sometimes, you know, no disrespect to him, but if he looks a moody player sometimes. But when he's on his game and he wants to take folk on, he's a game changer. He's a game winner.
Yeah, and like I said, we've seen that so many times from Steffi Mavididi in a Leicester shirt. We've got a couple of other bits of action as well from that half of football. A really good save actually by Jakub Stolarczyk, which we can see now. This was fairly early on in that little period there. He's really good at that, isn't he?
Made himself very big. Yeah.
He made a similar one actually in the first. I say half in the first, we can call it a half, can't we? 25 minutes. In the first section, he made a really good save, but he's actually, the player was offside, but he still had to come out and make himself big and make that really good save.
Turning the clock back a bit, very Peter Schmeichel-esque, you know, very good at doing expanding his body, very, very big. If it hits part of him, he's done his job.
Yeah, absolutely. We looked at some great skill by Jeremy Monga and in the first 45. This time it was a turn of Wanya Marcel, who's looked fairly bright, hasn't he, on that right hand side?
I think he's been the shining light for us on that side. You know, I keep going back to Steffi Mavididi on this side, but you know, for the kid on the other side, he's trying to pose the questions and do similar things to try and get in behind the fullbacks and get the ball across the face of the goals for the forwards to come in. Yeah,
he's unlucky that he's not created more than he actually has there, really, because it's a great run, good ball in. Obviously then there was a bit of an air shot from Jordan Ayew, but his work, Marcel, could have created a goal there.
Yeah, he's got great feet as well, the lad, you know, and he creates openings for other people. Going back to the Jordan Ayew thing, it's actually a ball from Steffi Mavididi. He picks him out and he's had an air shot, and you could see how disappointed he was. His hands on his head, looked at the sky and thought, I should do better.
And that's why you hear the oohs and ahs from that crowd as well, which really comes through. Let's hear from Andy Kingman. Obviously, we've spoken to him a number of times during this first couple of weeks of pre-season. He was telling me at the back end of this week just how well the players have done, as well as looking ahead to this 45 minutes against Leuven.
30 players will get an hour of football where we can build on the 45, which we had last Saturday, which was really good. And this week's been more football specific, like bigger areas, more 11v11. From the date of the heart rates, we're actually a lot further ahead than maybe we were this time last year and the year before.
Kingy, here we are then at the end of week 2 of pre-season. How have you found this week?
Yeah, really good again. We've obviously had all the internationals back this week, which has been brilliant, so we're back to the full group pretty much. Obviously Bobby's been away to Jamaica, so he's had a little bit more time. But yeah, brilliant. So the first week was more sort of physical, some testing, more like general sessions about getting after the ball, high press, that sort of thing. And then this week's been more football specific, like bigger areas, more 11v11 type stuff, where the lads had a great first week in terms of how they came back to start with. Obviously all got through the week, played the 45 on the Saturday. This week we've been able to actually do more football specific drills, sort of unit specific, like back 4 against a front 5, that sort of thing. Still double sessions, still working really hard, still some physical stuff tagged on the back of it, but more physical amongst like 11v11 games, 8v8 games, slightly bigger areas, just more football really. So they've done the bulk of the testing and the big run-ins without the ball in the first week. Now it's about sharpness, ball control, like we said after Saturday, a little bit sticky, you know, when it gets tight and ball's getting stuck under your feet just where you haven't touched it for a couple of weeks. I think it's now about ironing that out and making sure quality in the final third, defensive third, to try and tighten up and be clean.
You've said yourself a number of times with us that obviously your aim is to have the group in a position where they're ready for a new manager, whoever that might be when they come in. Are you confident that you've achieved that?
Yeah, absolutely. Not just in myself, obviously we have the lads wear the GPS, they wear the heart rate, so we can see from the data the heart rates, we're actually a lot further ahead than maybe we were this time last year and the year before, which is great. And also, like, I like to go with the eye. I can see how hard the lads are working, I can see they're putting it in, I can see they're on each other as well, which I think is a really good thing. You know, they're pulling each other through when it's hard. They're driving the tempo themselves, they're driving the standards themselves, there's talking, there's communication, there's real will to win. So even in small games, or like I say, 8v8s, 11v11s, even possession games, you know, they're really going after it, they want to win. So I think that shows they're enjoying themselves. They've had great physical work, they've had great sort of technical now 2 weeks in, like I say, with the ball, they're a lot cleaner with their first touch and with the quality of the pass. So I think when the new manager comes in, he's sort of ready to say, like I said, after week one, he can more concentrate on the style of how he wants to play and where he wants to play as on the pitch, rather than saying, oh, I've got to waste this session almost trying to catch up a bit of fitness or catch up a bit of technical. I feel like they've covered that. Matt Reeves, sports science, is really good at distances, heart rates, that sort of thing, the loading. The sessions I feel like we've put on have been good.
Ahead of the game then on Saturday, the players are having more minutes, aren't they? Well, it's pretty much 15 minutes more than what they had against Peterborough. Is the thought process behind that just natural blocks and building up that fitness again?
Yeah, it was actually a really good, it was Leuven who suggested actually if going 2 90 minutes, or what in this case it'll be, we'll have 3 teams all who will play an hour. So it works out like they all 30 players will get an hour of football where we can build on the 45, which we had last Saturday, which was really good. Got everything we wanted out of that. Like I say, we've got everything we've wanted out of this week so far. If we can now tick off another good week, a lot more double sessions. Again, like I said, for week 1, we're going into the game off the back of double session, off the back of fatigue. If we can get through an hour, carrying fatigue, carrying tiredness and all that sort of thing as well, I think that puts us in a really good place.
Always great to hear from Kingy, of course, who is preparing this side as much as he can at this stage of the season. We are just under a month now away from the start of the Championship season for the Foxes. Sheffield Wednesday at home is that first game, of course, at King Power Stadium. Throughout the year, you can follow all the action with us on Foxes Hub. There is an early bird offer for you international audiences out there that will get you a lot of the games. So do head on to grab your game pass. There are also listen live passes for the whole season which are available, which means you'll be able to listen to every single minute of every single game. So do have a look out for that as well. If you want any more information on what Foxes Hub can offer you, all you need to do is head to the website to find that out. The Leicester players are back out from the dressing room. No sign yet of the Leuven players. So we'll chat away, Ali, until we see that the Leuven players coming out. But these guys have now had their half an hour, haven't they? They know they've got another half an hour, which they can go out and do. And I guess it's probably a bit of a strange thing, playing 30, having the break, then playing 30 again. It's a little bit different to what they normally do. So how do they approach this 30, do you think?
I think they're just keeping themselves, you know, stretched, you know, getting the routine going, because the interval in the game is not great. You get into your pace of the game, the tempo of the game sorted itself out. You know, you're in the middle of it, and then there's a stop. You know, a big gap. Then you've got to go again. You know, sometimes it's not easy. It's like coming on as a substitute. Yeah. It's the worst thing in the world, because everybody's up to the tempo of the game, and you're coming off the bench cold, and you've got to get up there as quickly as you can.
Well, actually, that's a good point. That is good experience then for the lads that have. Obviously the Leuven players have played 60 minutes, and then they came on, so they're playing against a team. It is like coming on as a sub.
Exactly the same. It's very difficult. It's very difficult because your first couple of touches have got to be accurate. They've got to be bang on the money so that you can lift the crowd. If they go astray, the crowd turn on you a little bit coming off the bench. So But like I say, they need a break. I see them all standing around just now. I would imagine the coach would want them stretching off and even doing little functions and stuff like that, especially in this heat. But they'll have taken on some water and had a chat with Kingy in the dressing room.
Yeah, speaking of being not out of sorts, but I guess going into a game fresh, we're going to see a completely different 11 now from Leuven. So they will play then the second 90 minutes, if you like, for them. So does that add an extra element that these guys have had 30 minutes now to bed in with the pitch, to have a feel of it, that they're coming up against a team that hasn't played yet? So hopefully you may be thinking the first 15 minutes they've got a chance to...
Possibly, it's a double-edged sword. They've had 30 minutes under the belt, so they'll be a little bit fatigued. They'll be a little bit dehydrated as well. And the Leuven guys will come on there fresh, so they'll probably want to start the game at a tempo that suits them and ask Leicester City the question, can you match us for the first 10 or 15 minutes?
So you're actually seeing it going the other way?
I think it might go the other way. I think Leuven might start on the front foot and ask us the questions in the first 10 or 15 minutes. Then the game will settle down and you'd expect Leicester's quality experience to come back in and take over the last part of the game.
So that you think that they're thinking currently in the dressing room that we're playing against a team that have had already 30 minutes. Let's get really at them as soon as we can because we're fresh.
Let's get in the faces there. Let's play in the last third of the park. Ask them questions defensively, and then if they come out with the ball, we're energised to go and shut them down and press the game very, very tight and higher up the pitch.
Yeah. What are you hoping to see in this next 90 minutes?
I'm just looking for a controlled performance. I don't think King and his backroom staff will want us to go and showboat in that. Just keep it disciplined, keep working on the techniques, and get the fitness levels, and that's what it's all about. Don't take chances. Don't encourage injury. Just get the mileage in and get the minutes in.
And start to feel the ball a lot more than what maybe they were able to against Peterborough, because that was a week into pre-season. Now it's 2 weeks into pre-season. It's still about the fitness, yes, but it's also getting the ball, getting a feel.
Yeah, getting as much touches on the ball, but in the right areas. Like I say, we get punished for a sloppy pass earlier. So, the modern day game always encourages mistakes and goals coming out off the back four. Yeah. But I just want us to play with a better tempo in the midfield and up top and see if we can create more chances.
Yeah, and hopefully because these lads have had the 30 minutes, they can start to really get that feel and go again now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, lovely. All right, well, the Leuven players are steadily starting to come out now. So we can hand you back to our commentary team. Great stint from Jerry and John for us this afternoon. 2 more 45s to go, guys. Let's hand you to our commentary team now for this third 45 game.
Feels like a cricket analogy, Jerry. We just need to dig in here.
Dig in. Walk in the park, John. Walk in the park.
So the Leicester players, as you can see, are out there. Oliver Skipper's now been handed the shirt with his number on. And then the Leuven players, not quite a full change of 11 because they were forced into a couple of changes during the first 90 minutes as it was, but the other players have now all been changed, so very different from Leuven, including the goalkeeper, who was also changed. Maxime Prevost is now in goal. Leicester have changed their goalkeeper. That is the only alteration from the 11 that ended that last 45 minutes since. So Stevie Borsa is the goalkeeper, played the second half against Peterborough. The 20-year-old who's been with the Leicester Academy since the under-9 age group, and he'll have a decent stint in goal. Mads Hermansson still recovering from injury, so Borza taking the place of Jakub Stolarczyk as the two goalkeepers share responsibilities. But it is the same Leicester 11 that ended that last 45-minute stint. These players will have another 30 minutes before we then see all of the outfield players change again, going into the final 60 minutes. And we'll see where we're at after all of that. 1-1 as things stand. Is Wayo Koulibaly into Jordan Ayew, on to Skip. Now with the number 22 on his back. Ayew fouled. The officials have had a bit of a swap over as well. The referee's assistant has become the referee. The fourth official has become a linesman. And as I glance down, I don't even think we've got a fourth official anymore. It is a proper pre-season, isn't it, Jerry? And we've had a Leicester player that played a 30-minute stint for Leuven as well.
It's all going off.
What we'd love to see is a few more goals as ball is sent in from Jaden Joseph towards Jordan Ayew, but Leuven defending in numbers and getting the ball clear. Leicester did lead early in the first 45 minutes. An own goal from Takahiro Akimoto, the equaliser. Quite a spectacular effort from Jovan Mijatovic. Didn't see a goal in the third 45 minutes. Hopefully we will in this. Skip will turn. Ayew, lovely return to Skip. Touched on early to Koulibaly. And Samore. Asking a lot of Wanya Marcel. He's covered off by Romeo Monticelli. It is pre-season game number 3 for Leuven. They played against 2 local sides with big victories. The game they were due to have last week against Dutch opposition was called off due to illness in the Dutch camp. This is pre-season game number 3, despite their season starting in just a few weeks' time. 27th of July, they're underway. A home game against Charleroi. Late challenge there by Koulibaly. It was off the ball, but Leuven can come forward on the left side of the box. It was a cross that came in from Insingi. It was blocked and cleared by Samore, and it will be a Leuven corner.
Yeah, just a loose pass again there, wasn't it, from Koulibaly trying to find Samore. But fair play to Samore, gets back, you know, and gets a good block in there. Yes, they've conceded the corner. Could have been a bit worse.
Wouter George has placed the ball by the corner flag. He's got the short option of Thibaut Verlinden. He will use Verlinden. Comes out to the edge of the area. It's a shot that's charged down. The second effort loops into the air. Still inside the Leicester penalty area, but the flag raised offside and a Leicester free kick.
That's good use. Good work there from the short corner, but again, and who was it that had the shot? I can't remember, but he has too many touches. One touch, his first touch is good enough for him to take a shot with a second. He just walks into a blue wall then and it gets well put.
Pass on one of those marauding runs. This is Wanya Marcel. Koulibaly, the easy option on the right as he looks to try and skip beyond the challenge of Wouter George. Out for a throw to Leicester.
Just all seems a little bit more compact, you know, the areas that Leicester are trying to play in at the minute, whereas in the first 16 minutes, everything looked to be more space on the pitch for the players to operate in. I think that's probably a message King will be trying to get across to the lads is, you know, make the pitch as big as possible.
Andy King saying this week, training was more about the football, 11v11s, 8v8s, and more football work. The first week was very much about fitness, lots of double sessions, but this week was about sharpness and ball control. Here's Maxence Prévost, French-born, 3rd season with Leuven. During those 3 seasons, only 16 appearances, very much the understudy. Former France under-21 international. Here's Ben Nelson. Confidently comes forward. Ball out to Joseph. Samore. One touched up ball from Leicester. Samore again. Abedidi forced back towards the halfway line. Again, the shout from David Huber, the newly appointed Leuven coach, is very much push, putting pressure on Leicester when they have the ball, particularly around the halfway line.
You're flirting Flemish then, are you?
Definitely,
John?
Definitely.
Eh?
Sounded like push, no?
Yeah, I couldn't tell what he was saying. It's just very loud, definitely very loud.
That was definitely the intimation, was push or tackle or...
It's probably press, push, yeah,
there
you're
you
probably
go.
right.
The language of football. It's a hefty one that's going to cause Leuven problems here. Monticelli, the nearest player to it, but he's given up the chase and will allow Leicester to have the throw, which they want to take quickly. Marcel has wriggled free. Tries to play a 1-2 with Golding. Monticelli there with the challenge and a corner for Leicester City.
Yeah, it's good work for Marcel. Had an opportunity to cross it and he checks back again, tries to play the little give and go. Those situations, just try and whip one in. You know, get it into the danger area.
Jostling in the penalty area, particularly with Oliver Skip and Thibaut Vleeting. That's at the edge of the 6-yard box. That commences once again as the ball is sent in. Samori with a flick towards goal. Never scored for Leicester. That one just dropping wide, an instinctive effort as the ball dropped his way.
It was well worked. I think was it fast with a little flick on it, the near post. Difficult chance to try and convert there for Samori.
Monticelli's header is forward to Verlinden. Signed in February from Beerschot in Belgium. Had 5 years at Stoke, where he was picked up from Standard Liège as a youngster. Only made 13 appearances during those 5 years with Stoke. Also had loan spells with Bolton and St. Pauli in Germany. Frevo, goalkeeper, lofts one high and it's into the chest of Marcel. He's then shrugged off the ball by captain Matteo Martins. And then racing forward is Monticelli, who will find Martins on this left-hand side. Just about kept it in, supported by Verlinden. It's his cross, it's a Ben Nelson header. And two Leuven players bump into each other and allows the opportunity to fall in Leicester's way. And this is Oliver Skip down the right side. Ayew and Mavididi the only options with him. This is Jordan Ayew, and it's a shot that's cannoned off the bar. Just dipped at the last minute, and it looked as though Prevost in the Leuven goal would be beaten.
That's a great strike, isn't it? And Jordan Ayew, good play, good positive play from Ollie Skip. First time we've really seen him in this game.
Verlinden seemed to run into Koulibaly. It will be a free kick to the visitors.
And just at the other end, Verlinden again, you know, first move is to get down the line. He whips an early cross in the box. And that's what I want to see Leicester do a little bit more of, you know. You don't have to beat the full back to get the ball into the box.
Leuven coming forward again. It's a low delivery. Nelson in the right place and a cushioned clearance to Mavididi. Ayew is alongside Naya Kossi. Not fast. Another one of the players who was away on international duty during the last break, appearing for Belgium. It's a risky challenge right into the back of Jordan Ayew from Yassine Azouz. The referee wanting a word with him. There's an apology, but that one might stink. Just on Wout Pass, he was involved in World Cup qualifying duty. A number of players involved in friendlies, but Belgium winning their 2 games against North Macedonia and Wales, which Fass was involved in. He's heard his first pre-season game. After missing the game with Peterborough last week as one of those late returnees. That's a loose pass that nearly fell for Michael Golding. The recovery on the far side from Suanga. Skip. That'll be a free kick.
Yeah, just a bit of a late challenge, no need to make that. And Leicester had regained possession of the ball as well, so a little bit of frustration there from Wanya Marcel.
Pass following the run of Wout George, touching the ball away. George Leuven born. Began his career in the Leuven Academy before he moved on to Ghent and then rejoined his hometown club. This is Jordan Ayew. He's already hit the bar and Golding just wasn't quite ready for that pass. Slipped towards the former Chelsea youngster.
You know, he's heading towards the centre of the goal. You might as well, he's 1v1. In those kind of areas, you want your centre forwards to be a little bit selfish. You know, that's where you saying to him, go and show me a little bit of something now.
Martin's a touch and a volley out to the far side. Too much on that for the player who was waiting for the pass. Nelson. Joseph. Mavididi. Koulibaly. Skip down the line. Koulibaly comes infield. Nelson nicely drifted into the feet of Mavididi and a chance to run into the penalty area. Dispossessed on the far side. The challenge from Wouter George. Free kick. Golding too keen to win the ball back.
Yeah, that was a scenario with Steffi Mavididi. That's where you want them. Good first touch. Momentum's taking him forward towards the full back. But I just couldn't make his mind up quick enough on what he was going to do with the ball.
Samari. Kept looking to the right, but didn't fancy the pass that was on. And then when he's gone through the middle, he's given possession back to the visitors who will come forward here with Verlinden. Making room to get it onto his left foot, and a shot in at the near post that Stevie Borza makes the save too.
So he's always going wide, wasn't he, for Linden? Yes, he gets a shot off, but the angle's very, very tight in the end.
Verlinden again on this near side. Can play on either flank and has done so often for Leuven. Matt Reeves, the fitness coach, was the nearest to the pitch there, alongside Andy King. As I saw earlier, Tom Jolt, the sports scientist, a bit of an overview on some of the work he's been doing during the summer. As Ayu's cross, he's met by Mavididi, cleared away by Naya Kossi.
That's an opportunity. That's a great little ball, floated to the back stick. I think that's the case of shutting the old eyes when the ball goes on to the middle of the head, John. Where it goes, nobody knows.
Koulibaly again, keen to come infield. Ben Nelson stepping forward into the Leuven half. And now Steffi Mavididi with a chance to run at that defence. Onto his right foot, into Jordan Ayew, wanted the return. It's still alive with Golding, who strikes just over the bar. The return wasn't quite there, but the attack was certainly still on for Leicester.
Yeah, a lot better. Mavididi again, good first touch, gets it out of his feet. Momentum bringing him forward. There's a little give and go. It's Buba Samari, well, it's just that little intelligent layoff, isn't it, to Golding? Knows he's in a better position. Has to get the pace of that pass right into Golding, which he does. Golding just can't find a target, but that's a bit better from Leicester.
Koulibaly will take this Leicester City throw. Andy King ushering for one of the players to come nearer. Leicester thought that throw was theirs, but it's taken by Monticelli of OH Leuven. Formed in 2002, the Belgium side, a merge of two teams in the Leuven vicinity. It'll be a free kick. Ben Nelson was going to be taken, and that was the old-fashioned one. He's passing, but not both, and it's the play that doesn't. The ball did.
Yeah, good free kick they concede there. Good use of the feet from the Leuven player. Just trying to see who it is. Can't see the back of his shirt.
Well, this is a mystery. It's number 72, and he's not on the team sheet.
Oh, correct. He hasn't got. Well, we'll just call him the mystery man.
If he could just come a bit nearer, I'll read the back of his shirt, but he's positioned himself in the worst possible place.
Yeah. Pre-season, John.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh.
At least it's 1+. Peterborough turned up last week without numbers on their shirts. Now, I wasn't on commentary duty, but I sympathise that will have been a challenge. The next batch of Leicester players are starting to make their way across to this near side. We've had confirmation that the number 72 is Sebastian Muru. We have a name, we have a number. And he was the player fouled a few moments ago. Naya Kosu. Look, right on cue, Murrow has now come across to stand right in front of us.
Yeah, miss him.
Samore to skip. A first-time ball. Spinning into Koulibaly. Will stay in play. Koulibaly forced back to Wout Fass. And Nelson. Mavididi to Jadon Joseph. That's a touch that might just invite Mavididi, but goalkeeper Prévost quick on the scene.
Yeah, it's good pressure from Mavididi. Again, you see that a few times in what fast where he's trying to play those crossfield balls and he just, it's like a little fade on them. It just gives Mavididi a little bit too much to do, but you know, it's good pressure from him.
Verlinden has the fullback Monticelli joining him. Verlinden again, good pressure from Oliver Skipp. Ball goes back to goalkeeper Prévost. Barley, Monticelli had arms wrapped around the Leicester defender. Koulibaly getting himself back to his feet. Joseph continuing the run, just not quite enough on that, or too much on that from Mavididi, that takes it through to Prévost.
That's just been the story of this second 11, really. Just not enough quality, really.
The third 11 is very much prepared to make their way onto the field, but before that, Leuven with a chance to come forward with Thibaut Vliting, but he was fouled on the far side. Here's Vliting again. He joined from Club Brugge after an initial low. 5 appearances short of making it a 100 for Leuven. Nelson intercepting a ball, but Vliting nearly took it on again before Jadon Joseph snapped into the challenge, and it's a long clearance from Borza. It'll bounce through and be collected by Niakosa, the Leuven defender. Verlinden, lovely back heel. Monticelli. Koulibaly just got his body in front of the Leuven defender. Stop him getting any further forward. This is Samore. Collides with Martins. Play continues. Verlinden twisting one way and then the other. Oliver Skipp shadowing his every move. Hope Oliver Skipp's got the factor 50 on. It's got a very fair complexion. Speaking from experience there as well.
Yeah, we can both speak from that sort of experience, but we've got a little roof to help us. Ollie Skipp exposed the all the elements.
Marcel couldn't keep that in play. Here's Niakosa, just 21 years of age, Genevan-born, former Marseille defender. Prévost pointing towards this near side. It's a ball that's fed into the feet of Verlinden. Looking up and And to float the ball over the top, that's comfortable for Fass, and then Samare. Koulibaly will be closed down by captain and long-serving midfielder Matteo Martins. Martins, who signed 7.5 years ago from Cercle Bruges, well over 200 appearances for Leuven, despite missing most of last season with injury. I'm very grateful to see him back. Nelson, a touch into the Leuven half. Mavadidi. Golding. Stopped in his tracks on the far side by Yassine Azouz. Chance for Leicester to try and create from this corner that Jordan Ayew will take. Nelson and Fass both in at the near post. It's a very crowded 6-yard area. Jordan Ayew will try and land this on the head of one of the Leicester players. It's whipped towards goal. It's got in from the corner. Wind assisted, but still spectacular. A very composed celebration for a very impressive goal that's given Leicester the lead once more. Pretty much as the latest Leicester 11 will be changed. Jordan Ayew from the corner has put them in front.
Yeah, and you look at it, it's a quality ball in, you know, and obviously wind assisted again. Would it surprise you if he meant that, John?
No, he's already had one ambitious shot from a free kick.
But in fairness, I'm not saying it was a shot from him, but what he has done, Jordan, now he's put it into a really dangerous area. You look at the size of the keeper; he's not the tallest. He's flapping a bit of that, and obviously, well, wind assisted, it goes obviously flies straight into the back, left, right-hand corner as we look at it. A little bit fortunate, you have to say, but it's all about trying to put the ball into a good area. And what happens after that is anybody's guess.
Well, as you can see, the latest Leicester 11 is about to be changed, or certainly the 10 outfield players. Stevie Borza will continue in goal, but the other 10 players will have a full change. So again, lovely mixture of youth and experience. Borza continuing in goal. Justin Okoli, Wilson Brown and Luke Thomas as the back four. Hamza Chowdhury, Sami Braybrook and Bilal El Khanous in midfield, with Jake Evans, Patson Daka and Will Alves as a front three. Lots of exciting young attacking talent there that I'm sure you're desperate to see.
Absolutely. The one thing I didn't see was El Khanous's name in the... Is it me?
Yeah, strange. Number 11 is down as Bouba Samare, and then Bouba Samare at number 24. There'll be words you've pointed out an error by a member
so
of staff.
It isn't me this time,
No,
John.
definitely not.
It's not my fault this time. There's been a misspelling.
Yeah, a big misspelling.
A big misspelling.
Yeah, El Khanous, another one of the later rivals. Jake Evans played as the kind of central striker against Peterborough last week. He'll play in the more familiar position wide on the right-hand side. Hamza Chowdhury, he's back as well after international duty, a goal scorer for Bangladesh during the summer. And then the Leuven players, that'll be the same 11 that finished that last short spell there. So we'll have 15 minutes, then we'll have another break, and then we'll go into the final 45 minutes of this pre-season friendly. More pre-season friendly games on the way, including one at King Power Stadium. And don't forget, you can see the Foxes in action, and you can get tickets for that King Power Stadium clash against Fiorentina. 3rd of August, go to lcfc.com for full ticket details. Of course, if you can't make it, you can see the coverage that we will be providing here on Fox's Hub. We are underway. Although that was a kick-off, that was from the goal, if you remember about that far. So we have got 15 minutes left of this 45-minute spell. We'll go into the fourth 45-minute spell, and that will be full time. Didn't check. I wonder if it's a draw. Should we have extra time? Should we chuck another 30 minutes in?
Penalties, just for the heck of it.
Yeah. As we stand 2-2, Leicester. They led through a Akimoto own goal, levelled up by Mijatovic, with a wind-assisted effort from the halfway line, and then Jordan Ayew direct from a corner. The wind was involved there as well.
Yeah, I think two of the goals were definitely, you could say, a high degree of windage involved.
Sammy Brave pressing inside the Leuven penalty area.
Already at the beginning of this period, John, where teams, you can see the tempo is at a different level already. You know, and I think it's El Canouse who started it off basically from the kickoff. So really impressive with him, really impressive start.
Good to see both Sammy Braybrook and Will Alves involved. Both had ACL injuries. We saw glimpses of the Alves talent last week against Peterborough. Braybrook was an unused substitute, but involved today. Both had loan spells. Second half last season, Braybrook at Falkirk, Will Alves at Cardiff. We've seen the teenagers, Alves and Braybrook, both in their early 20s now. Slightly different formation as well. It's been very much a 4-3-3, but as we look here, it looks like a 4-4-1-1. Maybe El Canouse behind Daka, Alves wide left.
Definitely. Evans out here on the right hand side.
Alves and Luke Thomas on that left side. Both have featured this week on lcfc.com with little snippets of a day in the life, following them on their trip into the training ground and some of the work they've done. Two players that have come through the Leicester Academy, side by side over on the far side of the field. Luke Thomas, who turned 24 in June, considered a veteran amongst some of the players in the squad this afternoon. As Leuven looked to come forward in search of the second equaliser of the game.
That's good counter pressure there from Leuven, you have to say. Little quick to break away. Caleb Okoli getting back after it had been turned to steer that one to safety.
And Singi was the Leuven player. Only with Maritimo in Portugal and Dunkirk in France. Well over 60 appearances for Leuven. The corner will be sent in by Wout George. Driven delivery, just gone to the edge of the area. Alves trying to flick the ball towards Braybrook. Leicester throw.
I thought it might have been a free kick there for Braybrook. He seemed to be upended there.
Caleb Okoli scored his first Leicester goal with a header at Brighton. Bilal El Canouse, a real bright spot of last season. Season before he was playing in Belgian football. Leicester signing in from Genk almost a year ago. Nice touch by Martins. Pass beyond Chowdhury to find Chris Suanga. ball that was probably held up in the wind on the far side. Verlinden, the only Leuven player making his way into the box. The cross was too early from Vliting on the far side. Verlinden onto his left foot, and a strike that is blocked by James Justin.
It's good defensive work from James Justin. Good solid block initially when you thought Verlinden had just made enough room to get a shot away and get it on target.
James Justin to take the throw. His goals came in twos last season at Arsenal in the Premier League, and then 2 in the home FA Cup tie against Queen's Park Rangers. Now Kossi with a powerful header from the throw. James Justin gaining yards on this near side. El Canoe sprinting across, desperate for a touch of the ball.
He seems to be coming very deep, doesn't he, El Canoe, in these early stages? Look at Hamza. Hamza's further forward than El Canoe.
Hamza Chowdhury has the captain's armband in the last of the 45 minutes. His season, last season, that ended with Sheffield United, ended at Wembley, where his temporary side were beaten by Sunderland, who have made their way to the Premier League, meaning that Chowdhury will play against Sheffield United next season.
Our friend's coming back on.
Where's he been?
Don't know.
Leuven had made a change, and Muro, who we discovered who he was during that second period, he's now coming back on, which suggests someone came on for him at some point.
You didn't see that, John?
No,
you didn't notice that?
Sorry, it's been a long day.
That's terrible.
Even commentators need a pre-season. Muro on again. Challenged by Tom Wilson-Brown. It was a cruncher.
He's won the ball. He's made a corner, but no, he should be okay. And he is, so all's well that ends well.
Theo Martins, the player, back on his feet. Captain's armband on his left bicep. 30 years of age, long-serving midfielder with OH Leuven. King Power takeover was 2017. Luke Thomas. Poor layoff. It was Braybrook who's given possession to Leuven. Into initially Nsingi. Chases on the far side, Amadou Diallo. But it was dealt with by Tom Wilson-Brown, and now Braybrook looked for Thomas. The touch seeing it out to play for a Leicester throw.
Yeah, he's done well in the end, Braybrook. He's given the ball away, but he was the first one back, won the ball back for Leicester, so well done.
Here's Braybrook again. Great passing range, has gone through most of the England youth levels. That injury just holding him back slightly, but looking to regain that kind of form. Here's Evans. That's a teasing ball with his left boot towards the far post where Daka was waiting. Here's Jake Evans again. Another one of the teenagers that made regular substitute appearances at the end of the Premier League campaign. And Singi. Cole. Just touching the ball away from the Leuven striker. Here's Bilal Al-Khanous again, as Jerry said, dropping deep, keen to get a touch of the ball. Likewise, Will Alves will be the same. Here's Chowdhury onto Braybrook. Thomas started the last 11 Premier League games of last season. Caleb Okoli joined from Atalanta around this time last year. Wilson Brown, great ball out to James Justin, and the first touch was really good, and the save from Prévost was needed to deny Leicester a third goal of the game, and what would have been the goal of the game from James Justin. The pass made it, the touch superb, and the shot was arrowing towards the top of the goal.
Yeah, well, you see with James Justin, he's come on to that ball, made sure his first touch is while the ball's still in the air. Lovely first touch, you have to say, to bring it back inside, and a good solid strike.
Short corner into Alves, and it's Bilal Al-Khanous. Cross that came off a Leuven head at the near post, Muro I think it was, and that'll be another corner. Just tempted Bilal Al-Khanous, whether he's going to try the Jordan Ayew trick of using the wind to try and steer one towards the goal. Again, there's a horde of players at that near post, similar to when Jordan Ayew did score. It swung in, it came off a Leuven head back towards the goal. Here's Braybrook. Thomas looks to the far side and he sees that Alves has, in fact Al-Khanous has stayed on that side, but he just couldn't quite bring it under control. Right idea, not quite executed.
Well, he had the thump it because of the wind, and I'm thinking that's a great ball for Al-Khanous, but even he, I don't know how he's not gathered possession of that ball. For me, that's a great pass from Luke Thomas.
Chowdhury to Justin. And that's the end of the third 45-minute spell. Leicester are leading by 2-1 as we go into the last of the 45 minutes, the last 30 minutes for these players, so that every Leicester player gets an hour of football in what is their second pre-season game of the summer. So as we go into a brief break to go and join Dan and Ali, the score here at the LCFC training ground is Leicester City 2, OH Leuven 1.
Declares Leicester City champions. There's a few banners actually in the players. To signal that Leicester are straight back up to the Premier League.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Trong biết Sài Gòn.
.45 minutes today, just one more to go now, so 3 down, 1 to go. Ali, I'm Dan Bates. Ali Moughlan is alongside me, of course, former Leicester midfielder and a little bit of a right back as well, you were saying earlier. We'll stick it as midfielder.
We'll stick with midfield.
Yeah, so 3 down now, just 1 to go. Again, it took a little bit of a while to get going, that 45, I felt like.
Yeah, it did, and we spoke about it earlier, where those Leuven changing the whole personnel. You know, it took a little bit of warming up, but Jordan Ayew brought it into life. Great shot. You know, technically he's a very good striker of the ball. I noticed that when he first came to the club, he's got very little back lift, and he strikes through the ball very well. He's crashed the bar with a very good strike. Goalkeeper beating all ends up, and then after that he's bent one in straight from the corner. So as you said, we've had one from the halfway line and one direct from a corner. So we've been entertained.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look then at that goal. Potentially wind assisted. I just spoke to Jordan. He said wind. He said no wind. So yeah, it's just one of those, isn't it? It's similar to the halfway line goal. You know, sometimes you get
lucky. Sometimes you get lucky. And again, going back to tactics, modern day tactics. You know, we always put a man in the front post and the back post. If you got a man in the back post, that don't go in.
Yeah.
So you know they've changed the tactics in football and stuff like that. They sacrifice the post at times, and I wonder why.
There was he was really in the game then, Jordan Ayew, wasn't he, actually, thinking about it? He had the moment where he wrapped it onto the crossbar, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a great strike, like I just said to you. Technically, he has a very, very good striker of the ball. He generates a lot of power with very little back lift. But I said to you, I think it was the second section.
It's good from Skip, to be fair, on the break, wasn't it? You know, it's not potentially normally a position he'd find himself in there.
Well, a guy of his quality, you don't expect anything less, do you? How much did we pay for him? So yeah, listen, it's pre-season. They're all cutting their teeth and finding their form. But yeah, there's been lots of positives. And the good thing for me is, and I don't get up here very often, it's refreshing to see how much talent we have and youth coming through. And you know, they're holding their own out here. I'm not saying that Leuven's, you know, top drawer quality and the game, the structure of the game, but it'll stand them in good stead with the Championship. And you know, if they can cut their teeth doing this, they'll be all right, the Championship as well.
Yeah, one good effort as well, right at the very end of that 45-minute segment, that actually produced a really good save. From where we were stood, basically, we were right behind it. I thought it was in, actually.
Yeah, goalkeeper's pulled off a great save. Saw it early, and he's got a good hand to it as well. So no, are we just seeing a rerun of it?
Yeah. So Justin, wasn't it?
Yeah, James.
Great first touch.
Yeah, it's pretty straight at him. Probably look better first time round.
Absolutely. Right, that was James Justin, of course, on the right hand side. On the left hand side, though, Luke Thomas will take a look back. This week we followed him for a full day from his house all the way to training, at the training ground, then back home again. It features his dog Hugo, so do stick with us on this one. So let's take a look back at Luke's day in the life of what it's like for a footballer during a day of pre-season.
Huey.
Just letting everyone know who's boss, yeah?
Yeah, he's always like this. Since we've been back in this week, I've not left so far. But yeah, going off the back end of last season, I think it'll be good to hopefully get a good run of games this year, and hopefully we can get back there, and we know we're capable with the squad we've got and the players we have.
How are you, mate? You good?
Morning. Good.
Morning.
Good to see you.
So during the season, is it quite similar then to sort of your routine to what it is in pre-season, or do you change it a little bit with the stuff at home? Is it all basically the same?
I'd probably do less. Like I use David Dodd quite a lot. Like I'd go there, like in the season if I'm not playing and stuff. I'd go play a bit of tennis and stuff like that. Whereas since we've been back in this week, I've not left so far.
What's the dog's name?
Hugo.
Hugo?
Yeah. Toilet. Wee wee. Wee wee. Just stares at you, doesn't it? So today I'll take the dog to my mum's, drop him off there, head into training, get some breakfast, a little coffee probably, go see the lads, and then we'll go out to train about 11. We've only got a single today, so that's a benefit, I suppose.
Just letting everyone know who's boss, yeah?
Yeah, he's always like this. You go. No.
How old is he?
He's 3. 3 now. It was his birthday a few days ago, actually. I forgot about it and all. If I kick that football, he'll go and pick it up and run with it. Come on then. Good. I know. Normally he'll pick it up. I'll chase after him and he'll run around the garden with it. It's on this road somewhere. It's because it's a name, isn't it? It's a nightmare.
Yeah, mate, these roads here, you know, you rich people just have numbers instead of names.
How are you feeling ahead of the season? I know we're obviously in the first week, but what is the vibe and the feel in the group at the minute?
To be honest, since we've come back, like all the lads look good. Everyone seems pretty fit. And yeah, obviously we've still got the internationals to come back this week. And yeah, it's just since obviously Kingy's took over for a bit, and he's just trying to get the intensity going and get the enjoyment back into football.
So, are you feeling confident heading into this season as a result of that?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's probably the best I've felt since playing here. Obviously, I've always been like an in and out sort of player. I've never really had a full year yet. But yeah, going off the back end of last season, I think it'd be good to hopefully get a good run of games this year and play as many games as possible, and hopefully the team does really well and we can get promoted again. I suppose since after we got relegated, I think a lot of it was probably because we had zero pressure on us at all, and we seemed to be picking up results and playing actually quite well. But yeah, it was definitely a tough year, and one we probably don't really want to look back on too much, but hopefully we can get back there, and we know we're capable with the squad we've got and the players we have. And again, we know if we do get back there, we know we've got the ability to stay there. It's just about showing that. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, the usual omelette and beans. Hopefully, right.
Is it you who's filming?
Yeah. So now I'd come into the physio, probably get a rub when the lads are done, and then head into the gym. Oh no, yeah. Which?
Okay, this one, yeah. Offside. No.
With your eat upstairs. Alright, but make sure you get some food on. 4 hard days, you've been brilliant.
Yeah, session done. Real tough one this morning. Obviously, we only have one session, so it's hard out there, but finished now. Go get the recovery in and then head home. And get some lunch first, and I'll head home. So yeah, good day.
Well, one of those 2 days it's not been a double session this week.
Yeah, felt like one though, to be fair. The session was tough out there today, so it's good to get it in the legs on the first week though. You expect that coming in for pre-season, I suppose. So get it in early, and then soon enough it'll be the first game of the season, won't it? So we've got to be ready. Home now, day's complete, and that is a day in the life of me. I hope you all enjoyed it, and hope to see you all soon.
Just under a month now to go until the start of the championship season for the Foxes. That very first game, Sheffield Wednesday at home on the Sunday. As ever, across the whole season, as you always have done, you can follow all the action with us on Foxes Hub. There are a couple of early bird offers for game passes for you international audiences. You can get those now, because you'll get an awful lot of games as well with the coverage that we also do. There are also listen live passes as well, which means anyone can listen to absolutely every kick of action during this season. The players are coming back now for the second of their halves, if you like, the very final 45-minute section that we're going to have. Ali, a final word from you, because obviously we know you've got to shoot off before the end of the game. What are you, again, expecting from this? It's been quite long. I know the players have each had the same amount of time.
Yeah.
But how do you see this last little 45 going?
Well, no disrespect, it was always going to be like this with the 445s. It's become one of the old cliches. It's become very pre-season friendly now. You know, the tempo's come down a little bit. It's all about keeping the ball, looking after yourselves, making sure you don't get injured. So, from a spectator's point of view, the fans have thinned out a little bit. You know, maybe a little bit football overload with the 445s, but it's been worthwhile. And the one thing, I'll reiterate what I said earlier. I don't go up here very often. It's been great to see the youth coming through, and what I've seen from the Leicester City youth here, we're in good hands.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Alex. It's been a pleasure being with you here at Seagrave today. Right, both sets of players are back out onto the pitch. So for the final time today, for this last 45-minute segment, we can hand over to our commentary team, Jerry Taggart and John Dunn.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Ali. Safe trip home. He couldn't do the full duration tag. The duration is for the strong.
Proper grinders, can only. That means I've got to go and do his job after this as well.
No end to the talents.
Yeah.
So, last 45 minutes, Leicester will kick off. They are 2-1 up thanks to a Akimoto own goal way back when in the first 45. Mihovic equalised for Leuven in the second 45. And Jordan Ayew scored in the third 45, direct from a corner. And let's hope we get more goals in the final segment of this unique pre-season game. Leicester's second, after a 3-1 win at home to Peterborough here last weekend. Is there a 3-1 win or better? Leicester have hit the bar twice, Jordan Ayew and James Justin. There's Luke Thomas, who we've just been following during one of his days at the training ground this week and at home. There's a similar feature on lcfc.com with Will Alves as well, who's just had a touch of the ball. Here's Caleb Akoli. James Justin hit the bar right at the end of that last 45-minute spell. Thomas again. Oh, Wilson Brown wanted that to go through his legs, but in the end it's gone through to Matteo Martin, who's got the shot away, but Wilson Brown recovered well to close down the space, and a shot that's gone wide. Wilson Brown expecting that, I think, to be a corner, but it will be a goal kick.
Yeah. Strange, John. I mean, that's a dicey challenge to make in that position. So I'm in agreement with you. I thought that was a corner.
Daka has got in behind, but it just about reached goalkeeper Maxence Prévost. Quickly out from his goal line. Short goal kick. It's come down this near side touchline to Vitek. Diallo will close down Luke Thomas, who goes back to Stevie Borsa. Another member of the Leicester Academy here from the under-9 age group. Here's Caleb Akoli. Braybrook. Thomas. Alves making the run. Thomas couldn't quite find him. The ball has ended up way behind us. Thankfully there's a few spares, but someone will have the task later of going finding that. They're not cheap, them things.
Yeah, I'm not going.
It's like a wild grassed area behind us. And I think I spotted a beehive down there as well somewhere. We'll give it a miss.
I'm impressed with the tempo again, John, already. But El Canus again, straight from the kick-off, going putting pressure down. That sort of set the marker for this half of football. And there he's at it again.
Feels a bit like he's a kid on the school playground. He just wants the ball. He's just wherever the ball is. El Canus isn't too far away, whether that's challenging or demanding it from his teammates. Hence, mentioned in the last segment where he is dropping into deeper areas. Borsa's ball is brought down by Will Alves. Might come back to Alves here. Like Jeremy Monga, really quick feet, very technically gifted young man. Didn't quite have the final ball. He was looking for Daka, but he's desperate to win it back for his side, the 20-year-old. Litic to take the throw. A pass that Daka was tempted towards. Well played by the goalkeeper. Risky.
It's good pressure again from Leicester.
Ball sent in from the left. Thomas went down. He thought he was clipped by his opposite number, Matteo Martins. No free kick. Does go out for a goal kick.
He's just tried to nudge him, hasn't he, Martins? He looks like a very clever player, that Martins, I have to say. He's just tried to nudge. Without fouling him, just give him a gentle enough nudge to put him off, but not foul him. They just couldn't control it.
Thomas to Alves. Lovely swivel to try and get away from Litic on this near side. It's a poor lay-up after Jerry gave Martins the build-up. He then gifted possession with a trick that didn't quite work. Wilson Brown. Thomas allowed it to roll under his boot. Already lining up the next pass and just taking his eye off the prize.
It's just that pre-season rustiness you get.
Soanga goes back to Prevost. And Posse. Back George coming close towards him, giving him the passing option. Here's Diallo. Now it's Braybrook applying the pressure. Chowdhury high up the field as well. As Ali said, a few of the fans have seen most of the game, but a few have started to drift away. Likewise on that balcony that was packed at the start of the afternoon. The festival of football is fizzling out. Muro. Thomas watching that drop over his head. He's got 3 Leuven players all close by. Muro. Ball in at the near post. Martins is playing with Border, who stood his ground as much as he could to deflect the ball away for a Leuven corner.
Yeah, very tight angle there, wasn't it, for Martins? But again, shouldn't be allowed to be getting into those kind of areas unmarked. Yeah. You see that he's allowed to turn inside the 6-yard box. There should be somebody tight to him there, forcing him away from goal.
Short corner. Looped ball. Borsa, eyes on the ball, and claims comfortably close to his goal line. Elkanous, again dropping deep, but very quickly looking to give Alves the option of going forward. Litek is very closely monitoring Will Alves when he does have the ball. And on the far side, it's Akoli, Justin, and now Braybrook. And now Jake Evans, early ball, headed clear. Evans again. Cleared as far as James Justin, who fizzes one in at the near post. But lovely one-touch stuff from Leicester there.
Yeah, it was well worked, wasn't it? Down that right-hand side. Jake Evans in a great position, just couldn't beat the first defender. And that just allows Leuven to get back in numbers and defend that one. Obviously it goes straight into the keeper, but James Justin just has to whip the ball in. Can't pick a blue shirt out.
Chowdhury penalised for the challenge as he looked to keep the pressure on high up the field. Yassine Azouz is the player who was fouled. Martins pops up in all areas of the field. Deflected off Alves. Nearly fell for Litek. Flag raised. He was in an offside position when it came back his way. Hamza Chowdhury. His layoff wasn't precise enough for Braybrook. Litek down the right side. This is Diallo. It's a low ball. Chowdhury stretching to get there and then took a swing and still made contact. It has gone to safety. It will be a corner.
Yeah. Well, Hamza by hook or by crook, he's got it away to safety, even though it's a corner. Could have been a lot worse. In fairness, it could have, you know, his first swipe at it that he nearly missed could have dropped the Leuven player, but he managed to just get enough of it to get it out.
Leuven's main threats are close to the penalty spot. There's a run at the near post from Kosi, who certainly will be a threat. It's a great leap by Chowdhury, but then a shot from Muro. Took a deflection off Luke Thomas. Looks like Borsa kept the ball in play. Well hit.
Yeah. Keeper's done well. Looks like he's... if he's taking a bang or what to the head there, or he's got something in his eye. Keeper. Between him and Luke Thomas, they've both done well there.
Looks as though another Leicester youngster is going to be appearing in a Leuven shirt. We will try and confirm that identity. Braybrook. Daka. That's a severe strike, and once more Prevo is called into action with a diving save. They backed off and the invitation was fully accepted from the Zambian. A strike with venom.
Yeah, it's a great strike. Well done, Caleb Okoli. Good layoff. As soon as Patson Daka's first touch comes away from his feet, you know there's only one thing in his mind. Nice and positive, good solid strike. Keeper does well.
Caleb Okoli. Tom Wilson-Brown onto Thomas. Spent the season before last with loans at Sheffield United and at Middlesbrough, Premier League and Championship. Here is Jake Evans, a chance to run at the Leuven defence. Can go with either foot. In the end was crowded out by the number of Leuven defenders. Here's Bilal El Kanous. Alves makes the room for the cross. Daka Rose, he got a touch. Chowdhury was there as well, lurking. Should it have come his way?
That's good quality, isn't it? From Will Alves. Well, initially from El Kanous on that far side. Then Will Alves with a lovely little loop into the box. Patson Daka just can't quite get enough on it.
So it is a Leicester player that is coming on for Leuven here. Just waiting for the confirmation of the player's name. It was one of a number of the Leicester subs that weren't going to be used today. So it's either Harry French, Logan Briggs, potentially. We'll get that confirmed when we can. Amari Richards has already played some minutes for Leuven, despite being a Leicester player. It's that kind of pre-season feel to everything. It is Logan Briggs, in fact, that has come on. He's going to play over on the left-hand side of Leuven's front three. Ball will fall to Thomas Okoli onto Braybrook. Interception comes from Yazine Azouz, an 18-year-old who's come through the Leuven Academy. That one will bounce away for a goal kick. A reminder, you can follow Leicester City live throughout this season. You won't miss a moment on Fox's Hub, and there's a chance at the minute the early bird packages are available. International seasonal video passes, as well as the seasonal listen live passes, all on offer at this moment in time. Great chance to head across to lcfc.com, where you can find all the details, get signed up, get your passes secured, and be the closest to the action in this coming championship season as Leicester City get things underway on the 10th of August. A home game, a Sunday afternoon home game against Sheffield Wednesday. This will be a Leuven corner.
That's a great stop from Bossert. Again, the Leuven player just takes one touch too many. The ball drops him in a lovely position. All he has to do is stroke it in the back of the net. He decides to take another touch, and that's when the big keeper comes into play. Superb from him.
Looking for a clean sheet, Stevie Borsert. Conceded against Peterborough last week. A longer spell of action this afternoon for the 19-year-old. Matthew Martins will take the Leuven corner. The movement again is towards the near post. Borsert touching it away and to safety, taking charge of the situation.
Yeah. I mean, again, he sort of just misjudged the flight of the ball because of the wind, but because he's got a couple of extra inches in height, which unfortunately for the Leuven keeper he doesn't have, he just managed to tip that one away to safety.
Potential shorter corner this time. Driven in by Diallo, always curling but never really troubling the defence or goalkeeper. It remains 2-1 to the Foxes.
I've got to say, I've quite enjoyed this period of football. I mean, the tempo's been great for me. What's exactly what you want to see? I know pre-season suits different players in different ways, but for me, this is exactly what you need to be getting out of a pre-season game. We all know that the quality isn't necessarily going to be there, but it's more about the tempo and, you know, maximising that, your fitness levels, you know, getting the most out of these games.
Is this then maybe the 45-minute segment you've maybe enjoyed the most, or this team? Sorry, this 60-minute team that we've seen here.
Yeah, this just you know, the pace and what the game's being played at.
Martins with a curled ball, touched on by Vlitic. Now it's Smuru. There's Martins again. Feels like there's two of him. He pops up everywhere. Switch of play. Logan Briggs up against teammate James Justin, who wins the battle between the two. Leuven will stay in England. They will stay in Leicester for a week after this game for a full-on training camp. As the ball swung in, might stay in play and will stay in play for Briggs. The cross was from Suanga. Here's Muru backing up the play on the far side. Chowdhury snapping into the challenge. Here's Diallo again. Alves and Thomas are the Leicester players, and it's Luke Thomas who has possession for the home side. El Canouse. Alves ahead of him. El Canouse with the nutmegs, but Diallo was swiftly back to take the ball as it went through the legs. But here's Daka, who's already had one really good strike. If you can see Alves on this near side, he can, but the pass was blocked. It's come back to Daka. Alves still a potential option. Here is Will Alves. Made his Premier League debut last December as a late substitute against Manchester City. His cross is caught by Prevost. That was his first league start for Leicester. His previous 4 games all been in cup competitions.
Does well again there, Alves. Under pressure, can't really pick a blue shirt out, but gets a good cross into the box. Really, when you're sizing up those situations as a forward, and you know that he's just got to try and manufacture a cross in the box, you really do need somebody making an near post run there.
Alves made 15 appearances on loan with Cardiff in the second half of last season in the Championship. Great experience. And almost a year out with a really serious ACL injury. Almost 12 months after making his first team debut. At the tender age of 16, here's Daka once again. Prevost very quickly off his line, alert to that danger. Here's Muro for Leuven. Stopped by a mixture of Okoli and Chowdhury, but it's still inside the box. It was Logan Briggs who it nearly fell to. It's a lovely turn from Jake Evans. Daka offside, so Evans will keep possession and feeds it to Alves. Evans is up alongside it. There's a potential switch of play out to James Justin, which Bilal El Canouse is happy to take on. Alves again. Chowdhury to Bilal El Canouse. It's tight, but he's got the cross in. Leuven with a hurried clearance. Braybrook. Chowdhury looked towards the penalty area. Only Daka there for the moment. Justin swings one in anyway, despite Daka really being the only option.
Yeah. But Patson, he's just stood on his heels. He needs to be on the move. As soon as that ball goes to James Justin, he knows he's outnumbered, but so the only thing he can do is make a run towards that near post or down the centre, a diagonal run across the face of goal. And he's just stood on his heels, so it's easy for the keeper to come and collect.
Swanga. A pass that probably sums up we're at the end of a very long afternoon of football.
That's the drinks break, I think.
Drinks are wheeled out from the dugouts. So Leicester 2, OH Leuven 1. Own goal by Ayamoto early in the first of the first 45 minutes. There was a spectacular equaliser through Jovan Mijatovic before Jordan Ayew from a corner put Leicester City back in front. Pre-season does continue for Leicester. More double sessions, I'm sure, on the way. Reminder that Foxes are in action at King Power Stadium. 2nd of August, they are at home to Fiorentina. Tickets on sale now for that King Power Stadium match. If you head to lcfc.com, you'll get all the tickets information that you require. It'll also be covered on Fox's Hub, of course.
As the viewers can see, John, there's plenty of fluids being taken in.
Yeah. Andy King getting around the players to give them tactical advice.
I think he'll be pretty pleased, Kingy, with, I think probably the middle game or the middle period, shall we say, that was probably, I wouldn't say concerning the most, but you know, a little bit of food for thought there in regards to the tempo. I would say different players get different things out of pre-season at different stages, but definitely think the tempo in this game has been excellent.
Nearly 400 appearances for Leicester. Andy King, twice Player of the Year, titles in League One, Championship and Premier League. Key to have the player of that experience, of that knowledge, still in amongst the coaching staff.
It wouldn't surprise me if he still joins in. No, Kingy, to be honest with you. Just to show him how it's done properly. So
you can certainly sense when there's a misplaced pass, there's a bit of frustration that he felt he could have done that a bit better. He's certainly enjoyed this pre-season and the double sessions and been involved in these games. So players reappearing. The drinks break done and the last push towards the end of the 4 45-minute spells that we've had in this game. 2-1 to City. Chowdhury. Evans looked to be offside, and his assistant raises the flag. Diallo. Thomas. Now Alves. Daka and Evans have made their way into the penalty area, but it comes back to Tom Wilson-Brown. Jake Evans. First touch took it high, but he was able to deal with that. Diminutive figure, but really strong.
Solid, isn't he?
Yeah.
Compact, strong.
Led the line really well in the first half against Peterborough, and was more than happy to have the tussles with the two more experienced and physically more towering defenders. Thomas. Alves inside of him, El Canouse outside. Here is the Moroccan international. Well, that'll be a free kick. I think there's three fouls in there.
3 free kicks.
Well, it's taken quickly. James Justin receiving the ball, but very quickly dispossessed. High ball over the top. But Coley will need his pace. Borsa coming outside of his penalty area to loop it to safety.
Should have took control of that really a bit earlier, Borsa. No, just a lack of communication between him and the two centre halves running back. Really should have made his, his efforts known a little bit earlier. Came and cleared that.
Thomas pitching the ball back to Borsa. A clearance that's dropped at the feet of Martins. Akimoto on the far side has reappeared. He scored the first goal of this game way back when, an own goal to give Leicester the lead. Here's Will Alves in full flight, which could be a devastating sight for Leuven. He's passed just behind Jake Evans. El Canouse, lovely layoff, cleared to safety, and it will be a corner. Kosic with the clearance.
Good play again, wasn't it, from Evans? Really composed under pressure there. Lovely little Megs.
El Canouse to take the corner. Leuven trying something different here. They've sent 4 players to the halfway line, meaning that Leicester will have to bring more out of the penalty area. It's Leicester with Alves making room for the cross towards the far post. Justin has kept it in. Okole leaves it for Daka, and it's another neat save from Maxime Prévost.
Just not enough venom, was there, in that strike? I don't mind that, when I wish, when teams do that, because the less people inside the box, the more space there is for you to attack the ball.
Created panic amongst, I think, both teams.
Both teams, yeah. I'm thinking, go on, shove a few more up front. Leave just 3 or 4 of us in there, and we'll all have a nice big tussle to see who can win it. But it gives you more space to run into.
Wilson Brown's header. Diallo was the first to it. Now it's Muro. Martins. Great challenge. El Canouse again, ball and man. Martins left in a heap.
Blood in that one for me, John.
Yeah, drop ball to restart. I don't think the referee had given a free kick, which was right.
Yeah, he's given possession to Leuven though. Yeah.
Suanga. Alongside him is Kossi. Goalkeeper Maxime Privot. Certainly the busier of the 4 goalkeepers we've seen throughout the game. It's gone very direct. Thomas hoping to see the bounce of that drop for a goal kick, but Thomas did just nick it with his right boot. Unintentionally, but it gives Leuven a corner.
It probably should have been dealt with slightly better.
They did take a short corner last time, but this one is going to get sent straight into the mixer. But the shorter option does now appear. Comes out to Martins. Muro. Coley in the way, nearly caused himself and goalkeeper Stevie Borsa a problem, but it's another corner to the visitors.
Yeah, it's well worked, isn't it? Murrow, he's looking, he's a good first touch, but then he looks up to see where he's putting it. Instead of looking before he receives the ball, you know, because that just gives defenders the adjust.
Here's Muro again. It's exactly the same routine. The pass from Martins. Block, but the flag was already raised. The offside given. Evans has manoeuvred himself into space. He just had it nicked away from him from Martins.
He had the option on, didn't he? James Justin played it into him, kept running. He's turned it down, ended up losing possession.
Free kick there. Chowdhury was late in the challenge. So Leuven have made another sub. Mateo Martins has just limped in front of us. Nothing serious. Wasn't caught in that foul a few moments ago. Looks as though this is about George. He's got the captain's armband. El Canoes. Evans to the right. Daka through the middle. Logan Briggs dispossessing his own teammate in Jake Evans. Coley, a bit stronger of he and Singi. With the foul on the Leuven defender. Now Kossi. Taken quickly, back George. Logan Briggs. James Justin got a touch on the cross that bounces and he's caught by Stevie Borsa. Here's Bilal Al-Khanous. And with that room in front of it and grass to move into, he'll be tempted to take full advantage, teaming up with Alves. Chowdhury, it was inviting, just didn't quite pitch it sweetly enough. Not a regular scorer for Leicester by any stretch, but found himself in a really good position there.
Yeah, it's the right idea from Hamza. He's got to take it first time. If he takes a touch, he's going to get closed down. As you say, just difficult technique to pull off, especially if you're not known for you. Well, I'm not saying he's not known. He scored a couple of spectacular goals, but on this occasion, just couldn't quite pull it off.
Scored his first international goal for Bangladesh during the summer in a 2-0 win against Bhutan. So he comes into this one in goal-scoring form. Suanga. Muru. He's away from Braybrook. This is Briggs. Leating seemed to have the crossing opportunity, but wasted that, and has allowed Leicester to pick possession up again. There's a shot that is aimed towards the top corner from Suanga. He'd made his way forward, the centre-back, and thought, well, why not? It's been a long afternoon, and I'm going to have a shot.
He's picked the spot, hasn't he? Arrowing towards it. Thankfully. He's just got a little bit underneath it, but a tasty strike, you have to say.
Only 18 years of age. Came on as a sub in the last 2 games of last season. His first appearances for the first team. Former Belgian under-16 international. Leuven coming forward again here. Thomas stopping the charge, but Leuven have a corner. I've tended to go with the shorter option. About George is going across to take. About George was about to take the corner. He's just spotted Jake Evans and Diallo just clashing on the edge of the 6-yard area. Eventually, George can take the corner. This time, no shorter option. Borsa with a punch to the edge of the box. Alves will come away with the ball for Leicester. Only briefly. Right, George still on this side from taking the corner. El Kanous. Braybrook, oh, just in front of Justin, but too far in front of James Justin.
It was unlucky again, the right idea. Just slightly too much on it, wasn't it? But
looked like he played it perfectly into his pass for him to have to run into and carry on the run. Suanga. Wilson Brown. Seeing his pass towards goalkeeper Borsa, intercepted by Nacho Nisinga, meaning that Leicester will have a throw in the dying embers of a unique game of 4 45-minute sections, each Leicester player having an hour each. Here's Daka. Needs support. Will get a free kick. Free kick was taken too quickly. Okoli. Alves. Another sharp turn by the youngster. George trying to get a grip of his shirt, but he managed to wriggle free. This is Daka. And a cross deflected for a Leicester City corner.
Just needed a little give and go there. I think Daka just needed to stand still to allow Will Alves just to play a little give and go off him. As soon as Daka makes that run, he's just running wide.
Well, Leuven have done it again. They've sent 4 up to the halfway line. Corner taken short to Alves. Back to Bilal El Khanous, who's gone for goal himself. The clearance came off a Leuven player. Here's Alves. A shot with a deflection and then a block. Evans. He's crossed. Daka free header. Just wide. Tried to angle it low down into that bottom corner. And look at this from the quick clearance with Leuven sending players forward. But flag raised. Diallo offside. Well, that was an exciting end to the game.
Yeah. Told you it was my favourite period, John. I mean, that's Giltay's chance for Patson Daka there. He's got to. You're expecting him to put them in the back of the net. Good play. You know, well worked. Lovely ball into the box. And really, you should be hitting the target at the very least.
Wilson Brown is over the free kick. El Khanous fancy taking it as well. It's a switch and a ball that's looped out to James Justin. Raybrook got something on it, but only to send it infield to George. Ritic, his cross, ambitious effort from Nsingi. Flag raised anyway. Last minute of normal time. Don't think anyone is desperate to see a fourth official with a board with anything other than a 1. There it is. Full time. Leicester win game number 2 of pre-season by 2-1. A game 180 minutes long. Each Leicester player with 60 minutes between them. They led early in the first half. An own goal from Takahiro Akimoto. Leuven equalised with a spectacular effort through Jovan Majatovic, almost in his own half, with an effort with a bit of wind behind it that sent it over Leicester goalkeeper Jakub Stalacic. The winner came from Jordan Ayew. It was direct from a corner. Again, the wind will have helped it, but it was a teasing ball that saw it beyond the Leuven goalkeeper to make it 2-1. Ayew had already hit the bar. James Justin hit the bar also with a great effort. We also saw Maxime Prévost, the Leuven second goalkeeper, make a number of impressive saves. Leuven had their moments as well, but full time as pre-season number 2 comes to an end here at the LCFC training ground. It is Leicester City 2, OH Leuven 1.
Declares Leicester City champions. There's a few banners actually in the players. Yeah, to signal that Leicester are straight back up to the Premier League.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That is the second pre-season game, we can call that one game, Jerry, done of the summer so far, which means we're now only 29 days away from Leicester's first game in the Championship, which is of course against Sheffield Wednesday. As ever, you can follow all of the action on Fox's Hub throughout the whole season. There are game passes available, an early bird offer which you can get a seasonal one there for £140 for the international audiences. That'll cover an awful lot of games that you'll be able to watch with us as well. There are listen live passes as well for UK based residents. And that is for just £40 and means you can listen to absolutely every bit of action with us on Fox's Hub during this Championship season. But we're still in pre-season mode though, Jerry, aren't we now, as we're looking ahead? Less than a month to go. Game number 2, we can call that technically game number 2 now done.
Yeah.
It's another win as well. They can tick that off. A lot of fitness work done. How did you see today's 45 minutes?
Yeah, I was really interested in fairness, and you know, you're trying to pick the highlights out, you're trying to pick the performances out. For me, the first and the third, I'm going to call them periods. You know, like they do in American sport, they come in thirds, don't they? So the first and the third for me, I thought, you know, King Hill got a lot out of. Okay. I'm not saying he wouldn't have got anything out of the second period, but for me, definitely, the first and third periods were the ones that had me sitting up thinking, oh, like Jeremy Munga, for instance, in the first.
Both shooting that way, both times.
Absolutely, yeah. And then obviously in the third, I thought El Canu set the standard straight from the kick-off. He was the first one up the ball, putting pressure on the opposition, and everyone followed that. So I think the third period for the tempo of the game, and obviously the excitement in the first, seeing the likes of Jeremy Munga show everybody what he's got to offer.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe we can be joined very shortly by Andy King. King, are you ready? Good. Lovely. Here we go. There you go, mate. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Good to see you. And you. Kingy, how do you see that?
Yeah, really good. Obviously, long afternoon. I think first of all, like the fans who stayed behind at the end, like they deserve a round of applause, which they got because what was it, 3.5, 4 hours? Obviously, there's sun baking down them as well. So I know the lads really appreciated that in terms of sometimes the games can go a little bit dead or a little bit flat. So to actually have some supporters in, it sort of pushes the lads on a little bit harder. So that was really good. Minutes in the legs, obviously, I think.
Just can move your mic slightly.
Sorry,
there we go.
I think maybe Victor was the only one who we lost, but it sounds like it's not too bad. So to get 29 players through an hour at this stage of pre-season, I think is really good. And some of the performances, some of the stuff I saw, really pleased with. Other stuff where we have to be better, we know that, but in terms of a 2-week block, what they've given us, I think, has really been top level. And also to get used to winning games, picking up momentum. We say pre-season is not about the result, which it isn't, but it's also, you want momentum going into the season, and it almost gets the lads feeling good about themselves. We see goals, they score goals. So yeah, 2 weeks as a whole, really good again today. Some top bits, but some other stuff we need to be better with.
Kingy, is that the first time you've ever come across this sort of format in pre-season? You know, with the 2 games back to back, the 45 minutes, and if so, would you use it again?
Yeah, you know what, it's not. I think we've used it before. Maybe not always 4 45s, but we've done 2 45s, 2 30s or something like that.
3 30s and stuff like that.
So ultimately pre-season is about trying to get minutes in the legs. Everyone knows that. It's about trying to get fitness, and actually managed to taper it today to try and get as many players the minutes possible. If we just roll out today one 90-minute game, at the moment we've got 20 lads who probably sat there doing nothing or having to run, or we have to arrange a fixture elsewhere, which for our situation obviously at the moment wouldn't have been ideal. So to be able to do it all in one place, and hopefully for the new manager now be able to see 30 players, I think that's great for him, and it's also great for the players who've been working hard all pre-season to actually showcase themselves in a competitive game.
Obviously Austria on Wednesday. Are you looking forward to that firstly, and why will that be different to being here at Seagrave, do you think?
Yeah, really looking forward to it. Those trips away, like obviously we've done them for years now, they're always so good for not just what you get on the pitch, but off it as well. Obviously we've not really got any new bodies through the door at the moment, but I think general togetherness, team bonding, getting to know each other away from the football pitch, that sort of thing as well. I think those sort of trips are really important, and then you can go do your work in a separate location, which is again a bit of freshness for the lads. Different pitches, different environment. They get to spend every waking day with every waking moment with each other, which I think is good. And then I think we've got 3 games over there, so they can use those training sessions to really build into the games over there.
And is that still an important aspect for you, the team bonding, the lads getting to know each other all over again, I suppose, because they've been on 5-6 week break, whatever it's been? So is that still an important part for you?
Yeah, for me personally, that's the most important. Listen, all the teams, the successful teams I was fortunate enough to play in, we had that, okay? You run through brick walls for each other, you do anything, your friends on and off the pitch. So it's so important. You can have a team of unbelievable individuals. I think we've seen probably with PSG over the last couple of years. Yeah. Maybe they've got the best players, but if they don't want to work together as a team and they don't get on, or there's different people pulling in different directions, it's never going to work. I think where we had a really disappointing last year, and I think we have to acknowledge that, it's about almost rebuilding bridges with each other. We were demanding of each other these first 2 weeks, and I feel like we've really seen that, and you could hear it again today with people pushing each other forward. So I think those 9 days just as important for the lads getting together and forming that real bond off the pitch as much as the work we'll be doing on it.
Are you at altitude in Austria as well?
Yeah, I'm not too sure, to be honest. I haven't been out there yet.
Right.
So it's a different training camp to what we've been on before.
It's not easy if it is.
But yeah, I'm not too sure. I know a couple of the people from the club have been over and saying it's really good. So yeah, we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, just finally, Kingy, I just want to pick you up quickly on the point that you were making at the end there about the togetherness in this group now and having that almost accountability for each other and going away as a group for 10 days, you'll get so much more of that, won't you? And how big is that, do you think, going forward to this championship season?
Yeah, like I said, the tags is huge, vitally important, one of probably the most important things you need. Ultimately, you need to be able to feel like you can call people out if you don't feel they're pulling their weight, but there's a way of doing it, okay? Sometimes it needs to be harsh words, sometimes it needs to be a pat on the back. Ultimately, it's about getting around each other with a squad of 20, 25 players, however many it is, and actually all being like, listen, we've got this one goal in target. How can we actually all pull in the same direction to make that happen? And these sort of trips, like you say, when you're spending so much time together and you get to know people away from the pitch, they're great for sort of building those bonds.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Kingy.
Cheers, guys. Thank you. Nice one.
Nice one, Kingy.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you. Andy King there, of course, talking to us live here on Pre-Season Live. Always great to hear him talk, Jerry, isn't it?
Yeah, I think, the takeaway, and it's, for me personally, having done this, tens of times this pre-season, it's like a mini-season in itself. And for him to say that, the team bonding is right up there, one of the most important things, which I think I'm not just talking about here, but at other clubs as well, that has gone out the door. And he spoke about the likes of your PSGs who had great players. And now they've got a new manager who's brought it all back together and they're going to win things. Yeah. And I think because of where Leicester are, right at this moment in time, that is going to play a massive factor. And that's got nothing to do with what's on the pitch. Yeah. But it will have when it comes to being on the pitch for real. And you're eyeballing and looking your teammate in the face and you're saying to him, come on, together.
Well, speaking of that, someone who will definitely do that is Hamza Chowdhury, and he is about to join us now live. Hamza, thank you for coming and joining us. Tough workout that for all of the lads, I imagine, in this heat. That was not easy for the 60 minutes that you played.
No, but I think it's what you look for in pre-season. Everyone goes away for warm weather training, and luckily we got ahead of it here, so it was difficult.
I mean, it was pretty hot, even watching it.
Listen, it was a grind sitting down, watching a TV screen and watching the pitch. So I would say I feel for these guys, but I'd be lying. But we all know how hard it is, and it's what you need in pre-season. How much do you think you got out of that 60 minutes today, personally, Hamza? You've been on international duty, of course, recently.
Yeah.
And congratulations on your goal, by the way.
Thank you very much.
So how much do you think you personally got out of that?
You get a lot. I've been back a week. To get an hour after a week in pre-season is, you don't normally build up for like 10 days before you even go into an 11v11. Yeah. So to get that after a week, get 60 minutes in the legs is massive. You just feel so much stronger, so much fitter. You can train, like you say, like when you pick up injuries and stuff, you can train for 4 or 5 weeks, and as soon as you go into a game, it's a different kettle of fish.
Yeah,
so to get it in this early, it feels good, and hopefully you can build on it next week.
I have to say, I thought the period, I'm calling them periods, 3 periods, that you lot played in was probably my favourite. I thought the tempo of the game was played in the right way. So the guys that were on the pitch were maximising getting up to those kind of fitness levels like you'll need at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, exactly. It's credit to the lads, We probably had the graveyard shift, the third 60 minutes reported and waiting around all day.
Yeah.
But like I say, it's credit to the lads' attitudes they showed, and King was big on it this year. It was about mentality and attitude, and we showed it, especially the lads at the end. Obviously, the other two worked just as hard, but to keep concentrated and play in these conditions, which is, you don't want to complain too much at Seagrave and look at the pitch and its surroundings. But It's difficult, but the lads got it in, and like you say, it's credit to them.
You mentioned the mentality there, the attitude. One word we've heard an awful lot of in pre-season is intensity, and there was that in each of the 3 periods, if you like, as Jerry's calling them. Can you really feel that in the group at the minute, that there is that intensity in every session that you do?
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I think the boys have touched on it and King has touched on it. The lads have really come in refreshed. Obviously, I wasn't here the back end of last season, but from what I've heard, it feels like a complete different changing room. Yeah, last year was really tough. Everyone's been in them relegation scraps, and it sounds easy to keep going. It sounds easy to sort of come on, get your head around it. You're playing football, you're doing what you love, but it's difficult once you get in them little periods. And credit to the boys again that they've come back, and everyone's been right at it, and you can see that.
I was going to say, you know, we were just speaking to King, and he said a lot of next week when you go away to Austria is about not just your minutes on the pitch, getting the fitness levels up. It's about bonding together as a squad. And I said that's still for me one of the most important things in any football team, is having the trust and being able to look your teammate in the eye and drag that last ounce of energy out of him. And I'm wondering how you feel about those kind of statements that Kingy's made.
Yeah, I think if you look throughout history and the most successful clubs, they'll all be probably the closest off the pitch. It's something that I say all the time when people ask me about Leicester, is that it feels like a family. Yes. Everyone's willing to fight each other and die for each other, and that's what the city's built on and the club's built around, and the success that we've had in the past few years. It's been that if you look inside the changing room, everyone's super close, everyone spends time together off the pitch, and for me, I think that's, like you say, it's probably the biggest for me, to be able to trust the person you're playing next to. It's going to work just as hard as you and play for the badge, and look, we're going to need it this year. It's 46 games.
Yeah. It's a grind.
It's probably the toughest championship's been for a while if you look at the teams there and what people are spending in the transfer windows. But look, like I said, the lads look really good in there. So
cool. Yeah. Just finally, Hamza, because I know you'll want to shoot off. Although you've got the gym, haven't you? So you might as well stay with us, and then you don't necessarily have to do that. Just say you've been here too long. Going into Austria, and Jerry mentioned obviously the fitness there. For you are technically a week behind, really, because of obviously coming back. But do you feel like you're on a level with the rest of the lads?
Yeah, I think the first few days you're playing catch up because the lads have been in it. No matter how much running you're doing, like I said, you can't mirror the possessions, the games and stuff like that. So for the first couple of days you are catching up. Your heart rate's probably through the roof in the first sessions. You're trying to find your legs, but like you say, with stuff like this, it starts evening out the playing field and everyone starts catching up. So you know, we've got Wow obviously and a few of the other internationals boys coming back in. So next week's probably going to be the most even playing field, and everyone's going to be competing for the starting positions.
Perfect. Thank you very much for joining us, Hamza. I do appreciate
well done, Hamza.
that from you. Thank you.
Good luck.
Well, good one. Enjoy the gym, Hamza. That was Hamza Chowdhury there, of course, joining us live here on Pre-Season Live. And again, Joe, we are hearing the same themes throughout this whole pre-season. The 2 weeks that we've been back in, we've heard the same things from each of the lads, and it's clearly a message that's being drilled in. Everything's got to have that intensity to it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I have to say, when you look at where Leicester City are now, then it's all hands to the pump. You know, what is it, 2 relegations in 3 years, and as Hamza's already said, it's going to be a dogfight to try and get back out of it again. And you know, I've been there as a player myself, when you've been relegated and it's been a dogfight to get out of it. And so it takes everybody, backroom staff, everybody pulling in the right direction. But obviously that starts with the manager, whoever that be, and all his staff. But it's the players who show that on the pitch, and that's the most important thing. Is the players showing that willingness to pull in the right direction for each other.
Just finally, for you, Jerry, and for the evening, because it's been a long day, hasn't it, here at Seagrave. Are you pleased with what you've seen today? Has that given you excitement for the season coming?
Absolutely. I mean, I think as Kingy said, you know, the result isn't the most important thing, and we could analyse the goals and say, oh, there's a touch of fortune in all 3 of them. And all 3 goals are, but obviously 2 of Leicester's. But that's not the main thing. The main thing is what you're seeing in regards to the fitness levels and them understanding the processes that Andy King's brought in while he's in charge here until, you know, the manager takes over. and that's what I was impressed with.
Tell you what, 3 very strange goals. You don't
Very
often
strange.
see an own goal, a goal directly from a corner and a goal from the halfway line. But we've been entertained today here at Seagrave. I hope everybody has enjoyed it. Thank you to you, Jerry. Thank you to everyone that has joined us, of course. And we are now, 29 days away from the start of the Championship season when competitive football returns to King Power Stadium. If you are an international resident, then you can purchase an early bird offer on your seasonal game passes, so that will effectively get you all the coverage that you normally would get, as well as being able to watch a number of the games with us. We will be here for the first Matchday Live, of course, of the season, Sunday the 10th of August, Sheffield Wednesday at home. So please do join us for that if you're not coming down to King Power Stadium, of course. And then throughout the whole season, you can hear more of the dulcet tones of Jerry Taggart on commentary throughout the season. You can buy your Listen Live passes. If you get those now, that will get you access to every single kick to be able to listen to it on Fox's Hub. But thank you to everybody that has joined, that has watched, that has commented on this double game, if you like, today here at Seagrave. It's been a very hot day, but a very successful day for the players who've got another hour in their legs, and they've also won the game as well, which helps. Thank you very much. Good night.